All right, peace, everybody. Um, guess this is that hump day, and I want to kind of talk about Oklahoma a little bit today, and it kind of ties into some of the things that we have already been talking about in regards to, um, a lot of these phantom transfers and acknowledgments and gifting wars and control. So those three songs are very good and where I'm going to with it, right? You got people that are smiling your face like they always do, but at the same time, they want to take your place. People think, a lot of those situations are dealing with our own people, but back then there was other people that wanted to be in our position, had to figure out a way to surface out our position. The GAP band, that acronym stands for Greenwood and those other two communities out there. And that dropping the bomb on me was talking about that, what happened, because they come from Tulsa. Now, we're going to get into the key thing is what we call guardian ad litem. Now, guardian ad litem Oklahoma was the prototype for guardian ad litem. As we talk about, Nadi's up here, nonetheless, Taz, where when you come in there, they're actually assuming your estate. But the main thing, they're doing it outside of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the articles in order to circumvent their duties and their oaths and be able to take control of your estate. But before we get into that, I just got some videos I want to play. I think these might be kind of relevant. I want to show this first, and I'm going to put this in a link for anybody that hasn't seen this link. It has a lot of videos, old videos and footages of Oklahoma back in the day. So I'm going to copy and paste this link, put it in the chat. You guys go through it. Got some good information on there. There we go. And let's start with the show. Or let's start with class/entertainment show, whatever we want to call it.
Replica of the ancient Parthenon right here. Did you know there's a full-size replica of the ancient Parthenon right here in the United States? Tucked away in Nashville, Tennessee. This exact-scale Greek masterpiece stands as the world's only perfect copy of Athens' iconic temple. Dominating the center, a towering 42-foot Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, and warfare. She embodies intellect, defeating raw power. But check her chest. That fierce face is Medusa, the Gorgonian, a protective emblem from myth. Gifted by Perseus, it wards off evil and petrifies threats. Pure ancient power encoded in stone. And that massive serpent? It's Erichthonius, mythical founder of Athens. Born from the earth, symbolizing rebirth, wisdom, and the Athenians' deep-rooted origins. The structure was originally built in 1 year for the Tennessee Centennial Exposition to celebrate Nashville's nickname as the Athens of the South. So next time you're in Nashville, be sure to visit the Parthenon. It's definitely worth seeing in person. You won't be disappointed. Did you know there's a full
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
Division is between, let's say, Black Americans and Africans right now?
So generally, Black Americans, not until recently, Black Americans have been the biggest supporters of the progress of Africa. For Africa to be able to do well, they have always been. When people come out of Africa, when a particular person, say in any capacity, trying to make a difference, Black Americans have always amplified such individuals. Even as recently as the young man from Burkina Faso, you can clearly see if you go to IG, it was Black Americans trying to give a voice. Most Africans, especially the ones that live in diaspora, they don't give a damn. So Black Americans have always been at the forefront of trying to get Africa work. All right, they were the inspiration that gave rise to the independence in Africa. It was their leaders that inspired all the Kwame Nkrumah, all the people that you see revolted in their various places. It was Black Americans' inspiration. Now, why did Black Americans do that? They felt that these people who share the same melanin, because it is only normal, it's only reasonable to say, hey, these ones that belong on the other continents, that share the same melanin, it's only normal to say, hey, you're not doing so well. I want to encourage you to do well. Now they began to inspire Africa. They began to all the fights that they fought in America was to ensure that Africa can at least find way to come and become a natural allies with them. Those were the vision. But at the end of the day, you see people coming over to the America rather than being natural allies to these people that supported you, that gave you light. You became adversary to them. You joined the real enemy. You want to please the enemy against them. So that this is the origin of the animosity. And
Okay, so just real quick, I gotta stop that. Oof, boy. I mean, boy. Woo. Boy. Hold on. We gotta slow down. Slow down, African guy. I mean, wow. Really? I mean, we gotta play this again. I mean, he is saying that the real Americans, or what they call now Black, Negro, colored, and really in these days and time, Black or African American, inspired them. I mean, went over there and said, hey, man, y'all need something? Do you need something? Man, we already know what went on back in the day with the American Colonization Society and all the different things that took place where the United States ended up reneging on the fact that those places over there were supposed to be colonies and protected by the United States of America. Not America, but the United States of America. This is why Paul Cuffey, Martin Delaney, you have all these different people went over there. And I'm going to show you Paul Cuffey's ships. And we're going to get into that too as well, where he made a deal. Now, Paul Cuffey had big money, big land, big business. on the water. And it goes back even before him to his father and his grandfather and so on and so forth. But that aside, he is talking about the fact that them coming over here was our doing. We'll just say, I'm putting in quotes, Black, African American, and what they call them today, which we know actually are the indigenous people of this land, North America to be exact. South America, Central America, the islands as well. They actually, well, not they, we actually funded them. Now, let me give you an example. Malcolm, El-Haj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X, Malcolm Little, set up the Organization for Afro-American Unity. That's what it was called. Not African, Afro-American Unity. Then it became African American. But the Organization for African Unity, the OAU, is the baby of Malcolm, probably amongst other people. And this is just how I see it. Because when he split off from the Nation of Islam and created the organization, he started moving and moving around to all these so-called African countries out there and started talking to the heads of those countries. Because back then, the heads of those countries during that time, they were chiefs. It wasn't too much of a president or what you see right now. These people were actually chiefs, and they were actually doing business. And I think he actually went to Libya and talked to them too. I don't know if Gaddafi was in power at that time. I don't think he was, because he was probably saying he was younger than Malcolm, but whoever was at that time, he was actually dealing with these African countries, and he was showing what the organization was created to be. More on a humanitarian, missionary type of function, which all the nations, the religious nations that we call the Nation of Islam, Nation of Yahweh, so on and so forth, are to be. You see what I'm saying? So, what up, Draco? Richie Rich, Naughty, Chameleon, what's going on with y'all? All right, so, and everybody else that might be listening. Now, when Malcolm was going out there, he was creating these allegiances and creating allies with these nations out there, these people. I'm going to just call them people for right now. These people at this time, just like what you saw that got stopped between Farrakhan and Gaddafi. That is the Organization for African Unity. I can't think of his name right now, but he, along with Karinga, who started the Pan-African Film Festival in Los Angeles, created Kwanzaa, right? Based off the language that was established. I don't know who actually established the language, Kiswahili, right? Kiswahili in the OAU was something that they all agreed upon in order to have a mutual communication and commerce amongst all the nations in Africa. That's how you know they're different. They all have different languages. They don't understand each other. I learned that from a Yoruba person. Yoruba, Asma said, "You from Nigeria?" I said, "Y'all," the lady was like, "No, we're not the same. We really don't even like each other." I said, "You don't understand?" She said, "No, I don't understand what they say. I don't understand their language." Now, if they don't open their mouth, you'll think a little bit different in regards to what's going on. Now, under the circumstances, like what this guy is saying in this video, this made me have to pause it for a minute. It makes me go back to Malcolm when he started the OAAU. And when he was actually, because they focused on when he went to Mecca, but he just didn't go to Mecca. He went a lot of places. And he was actually doing deals. Malcolm was cold. He was doing deals. And he just didn't do that. He was going to all these different African countries, moving around, shaking hands. Like, hey, we got this issue over here. We know about your issue over there. Because if you think about it, Malcolm born in the 20s. So if he was born in the 20s, at that time, he was dealing with the talented 10th, and he was dealing with the remixing or the reorganization of the American Colonization Society. He knew of Marcus Garvey. He knew of Ford Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, of course. He knew of Noble Drew Ali. Why? Because his father was in the UNIA with Garvey. And his father was a main player. You remember what happened to his daddy? They did something, knocked him down, strained him up, held him down, and he was ran over by a train or a trolley or something, as the story goes. So, but this is what this guy is talking about. And I stopped it right there. I'm going all the way back to the beginning. I'm listening to this with you guys. You know, I see stuff. I say, oh, that's good. Let me copy and paste it. Let me put it in my emails. Let me go ahead and push this out because I want to be just as surprised as you guys are. So let's go back to it. Where you at? All right. We're going to go back a little bit. We'll go back a lot of bit.
The division is between, let's say, Black Americans and Africans.
So the initial question is, what is the divisions between Africans and what they're saying African Americans? All right, let's hear it out.
Right now.
So generally, Black Americans, not until recently, Black Americans have been the biggest supporters of the progress of Africa, for Africa to be able to do well. Oh! They have always.
So he said that our people, Black people, and forgive me, I got to use it right now. I got to flow so we get it right, are the biggest supporters of these Africans that come over here. Let's start right there. This is what he's saying. Now, we could barely understand what he's saying. So we know that he's an African.
Been when people come out of Africa, when a particular person, say in any capacity, trying to make a difference, Black Americans have always amplified such individuals. Even as recently as the young man from Burkina Faso, you can clearly see if you go to IG, it was Black Americans trying to give a voice. Most Africans, especially the ones that live in diaspora, they don't give a damn.
Okay. This is what you would consider to be a primary source of what we say straight from the horse's mouth.
Black Americans have always been at the forefront of trying to get Africa work. All right.
Get Africa work. Now, a lot of people want to be real intellectual with this when they hear this later. No, we're going to stay Black and African American, and we're going to stay 10 toes down as we talk on the streets. We trying to get you some work. You know what work mean? Work you don't eat.
They were the inspiration that gave rise to the independence in Africa. It was
inspiration gave rise to the independence in Africa. Who was responsible for that? Man, this is classic. I could just do a whole build. I don't need to do nothing else with this. I could just ride with this all day long, but we got other stuff to do.
It was their leaders that inspired all the Kwame Nkrumah, all the people that you see revolted in their various.
That's his name, Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was a big part of also Kwanzaa, and really not just Kwanzaa, but he was more importantly influential in Kiswahili, being the international trade language amongst all the Africans that joined the Organization for African Unity. After that, the organization kind of came off and it just became AU, African Unity. But who knows where things changed from here and there. But yeah.
Places. It was Black Americans' inspiration. Now, why? Because why did Black Americans do that? They felt that these people who share the same melanin, because it is only normal, it is only reasonable to say, hey, these ones that belong on the other continent that share the same melanin, it's only normal to say, hey, you're not doing so well. I want to encourage you to do well. Now
don't that sound like some big brother stuff? Hey, I want you to do well. What you need. But at the same time, we supposed to be working from can't see in the morning, can't see at night, can't read, can't write, can barely speak the King's English, just getting emancipated and freed, but we over here helping people. We got a voice. We got call. We moving from America to Africa and different places of Africa. We moving around. Now at this time, this is the 50s. This is the late 50s, early 60s when Malcolm started moving around. On top of that, I mean, even Marcus Garvey at that time and, a lot of other these groups was moving around, but they don't want to talk about that. Hey.
They began to inspire Africa. They began to all the fights that they fought in America was to ensure that Africa can at least find way to come and become a natural allies with them.
Right there. Fight to make sure that the people that we know that will be considered to be West African amongst the groups, there's the main groups that are in there that arguably are American that went over there based on the promise that they will be protected while they go set up these colonies / companies. But I'll get back to that. I'm gonna leave that one.
Those were the vision. But at the end of the day, you see people coming over to the America rather than being natural allies to these people that supported you, that gave you light. You be
Instead of being natural allies. Natural is very important. So that's an important word, natural. Meaning that you already had an agreement. And we know that we have established that we have some type of connection. We have some type of connection.
Came adversary to them. You joined the real enemy. You want to please the enemy against them. So that this is the origin of the animosity. And even as far back as 10, 15 years ago, Black Americans were not showing their discontent towards African. They were not. It was only recently, because Africans became far more emboldened in even as far back as 10, and even that this things that to them, you became coming over to the America, rather than being natural allies to these people that supported you, that gave you light. You became adversary to them.
Now, remember, primary source, horse's mouth. This is what he's saying. Instead of being natural allies, you became an adversary. So he's saying advisory. It sounds like saying advisory, but you become an adversary to the people that got you here. Because the United States of America said, we ain't bringing them over there. We cool. We don't want them coming back over here, because we know who they are historically. We know we betrayed them and breached our agreement and left them stranded in a place with no protection. You see what's going on in West Africa. I know a lot of people laugh at the fact that, yeah, they sweeping dirt and things is all messed up. And then they've been infiltrated and attacked on so many different levels and have been succumbed to all of these foreign entities with the backing of guess who? So we get it. But, it's a lot of people use this term on this internet called, can't make a monolith out of that. Well, you can't make a monolith out of these Africans that are over here. I'm not saying all of them. Most of them that come over here and go jump in the boat with the people that is supposed to be, as he states, to be a sworn enemy. The only thing them Africans do have is oral tradition. They do keep their oral tradition. They won't tell you what it is, but they all say they come from somewhere else. Now, so a lot of people get mad at these Africans, so on and so forth. You say, yeah, you're a tether. Yeah, them, yeah. They need to get all that work. Not all of them. So I'm just saying.
Join the real enemy. You want to please the enemy against them. So that this is the origin of the animosity. And
bingo. Just like I was saying. I mean, this guy is saying that the enemy is in. What he is saying right there is he's saying that it is well established throughout the world that the so-called Black people in America are enemies to the United States government. And everybody that they bring over here have pledged allegiance to fight on that side, to be an enemy of the so-called Black Americans. They have pledged to that. when at most times, not just West Africa, the whole continent of what I consider to be Asia, we've helped all of them, all of our people, when they fought in the military and they saw what was going on over there, they joined alliance with them. And the ones that didn't, when they came back, they made sure that it was to be known who the enemy really is, what is really going on. That's why most of the elders at that time went to dope, went into depression, went into all these different things because they couldn't believe what they saw. And then when they came back to the same suppression and oppression after fighting for what they consider to be America.
Even as far back as 10, 15 years ago, Black Americans were not showing their discontent towards Africans. They were not. It was only recently because Africans became far more emboldened in their assertiveness. They became quite insulting. They became quite abusive. They became condescending. Imagine coming into a space, disrespecting the natives, trying to please the real enemy, joining them, thinking is a competition. This was what resulted to them. They began to speak up because the thing became too much, and then they had to. Anybody would see. It became so obvious that anybody would clearly see it. Then they began to speak up. So the idea of delineation has to happen. Because clearly, people who are supposed to be natural allies are joining the enemy. So why wouldn't you delineate with them, delineate from them? So they don't understand alliance. It doesn't make sense to them. None of this makes sense to them.
So he's saying it in reverse. He's saying, why would the Africans that came over here delineate from the ones that their ancestors and the leaders over there committed to being an ally to? So what he has just said right there is that the Africans delineated from who they really are and what their connection and alliance is to the so-called Black Americans. How about that?
Idea of alliance became a thing, and it has to happen because that's the only way people can now begin to take accountability. That is the only way accountability can step in. Because without delineation, you can see somebody who is from Somalia. He'll be saying, "Oh, you're punishing me. You're trying to send me out of America because I am Black." No, you're not. You are Somalian. You committed fraud. You came in with nothing. You're stealing everything. Now you're trying to say you're Black just to.
Huh?
Just to run behind it, and then have all of us as a target. No, you are the target. You caused the problem. So these are some of the things that we must critically look at. Delineation is very, very, very important. That way we can see what each group is bringing to the table. Not running and using other people's identity, running behind other.
God damn, this dude is cooking. This dude is cooking. Man, he cooking with that good grease right there. This dude is cooking. So he's using delineation in a way that is like, damn. So he's telling all these Africans, all these different former Africans, east, west, north, south, wherever you come from, you need to delineate from these United States citizens, like I like to call them, these Caucasians, these pale skins. Sound like he's talking about that. I don't know. That's what I'm getting from. It sound like he's talking about delineating from that and getting back to where you're supposed to be, what you'd agreed upon, and that's being allies to the people that helped you get over here. and pretty much funded it since the 50s.
People's identity to act like, because most of these people, when they come back home here on the continent, they begin to call themselves Black Americans. They some of them pose, they try to look down upon some of us, because they come. These are some of it. That's why we need delineation, so that you know who you are right from the onset. So that you if you can't do something to improve where you come from, then the shame is upon you. Then that is what we want. We need delineation. Very, very important. Thank you.
All right.
That's fire. That's fire. That's fire right there. I'm going to use that one last. Let's turn a quick corner. We'll come back to it. This is interesting. You know me, I got to bring my little politics and government in there.
$1 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds. 800 billion. That's not a headline. That's a declaration of war. And if you think this is just another geopolitical spat, another trade dispute, China just sold $800 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds. 800 billion. That's not a headline. That's a declaration of war. And if you think this is just another geopolitical spat, another trade dispute, another round of diplomatic posturing, you're not paying attention. This is the third stage of a pattern that has destroyed every dominant economy in recorded history. Every single one. The Roman Empire.
Hold on. Big dog, what's up, brother? What's up? What's up, man? You know, this is your topic, man. This is your topic. It's your topic. If you still here. If you still here.
The Spanish Empire, Weimar Germany, the British Empire. Different centuries, different technologies, different leaders, same pattern, same outcome. And right now in 2026, we're watching the United States enter the exact phase that preceded every single collapse. The global debt market is $45 trillion. U.S. Treasury bonds underpin the entire system. China holds more of that debt than any other nation on earth. And they just started dumping it. This isn't speculation. This is systemic revelation. Let me show you exactly how this ends. Because once you see this pattern, you'll never look at the economy the same way again. You'll never trust the official narratives the same way again. And you'll understand why the smartest money in the world is quietly moving out of dollars right now. There's a pattern to economic collapse that governments don't want you to understand. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. It plays out in 4 stages. 4 inevitable, predictable, historically verified stages. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about ancient Rome or modern America. The pattern doesn't care about your technology. It doesn't care about your military. It doesn't care about your exceptionalism. It just unfolds. Let me break it down in a way that will make you question everything you've been told about economic stability. First, a nation becomes powerful. Their currency becomes the global standard. Trade flows through them. Credit flows through them. Power flows through them. Think of it like becoming the house in a casino. You don't just play the game, you are the game. Everyone else has to use your chips. This is dominance through currency. And it feels invincible. It feels permanent. It feels like this is just the natural order of things.
See, and this is where we're going to get into this guardian ad litem dealing with Oklahoma. Because I think Oklahoma was the last state, the last area to be to join a union. This is why I kind of brought this up right here. This thing right here, I put that link in the chat. Solomon Sir Jones Films, 1924 to 1928. Right? I mean, the greatness of what was going on at that time. During a time when we was pretty much 60 years coming out of a shack. No bigger than a 5x5 cell. So.
But here's where it gets interesting. The dominant power realizes something intoxicating. They can print money and the world has to accept it. Why tax your citizens when you can just create currency? Why balance budgets when foreign nations will lend you infinite money? Why make hard choices when you can just create money out of thin air? So they borrow and borrow and borrow. They expand military commitments, social programs, infrastructure, everything. The debt explodes, but it doesn't matter because everyone still needs your currency.
Now, this is the thing, and you hear a lot of people just across the band. They in their suppressive, subjective nature. The only thing that they do have is their voice to speak. So a lot of people say, "Yeah, we the baddest thing on the planet. Yeah, America. Yeah, we the baddest thing on the planet, man. We got the biggest and the baddest and the this and the that, and all these other places living in a certain type of fashion." But the establishment, where does that come from? Where's the foundation at? This is why I say, I mean, outside of other stuff, you got to know American history. You have to know that. And the only way you can know it is through words, language, demographics, names, civics, law, treaties. You got to know these things. And you don't have to go that far back. You can start from 1492. And I suggest everybody start at 1492. And it's just me. Other people might want to start at 1776. Cool. Other people might want to start at the Civil War. Cool. Other people might want to start from Reconstruction. Cool. Other people might want to start from civil rights. Cool. Other people might want to start from, the Black Wall Streets and everything. I don't know. Cool. But in order to get a foundation of who's who, 1492. That's what the United States government hangs their hat on. I mean, they got a whole holiday for Christopher Columbus. So why not start there?
This is the expansion phase, the debasement phase, and it feels sustainable. Politicians get elected promising more spending. Citizens get accustomed to a lifestyle built on debt. The economy hums along until it doesn't. Then comes the crisis. Creditor nations start to notice. They see the debt, they see the money printing, they see the debasement, and they ask a simple question. Why are we holding this? Why are we financing a system that benefits them and weakens us? They start selling. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. The dominant power tries to stop it. They cajole, they threaten, they sanction, they call it economic warfare, they call it hostile action. But the mathematical reality is undeniable. When your debt exceeds your ability to pay, your creditors become your enemy. This is where we are right now, and I'll prove it to you with 3 historical examples that will make your blood run cold. The final stage.
All right. So right there, China, and Russia, and all these other major places that pretty much established BRICS. Right? Are dumping U.S. debt. Now, the question is, what is U.S. debt? What is the U.S. debt? Nobody knows. The biggest question is, when you have what they consider to be the freest country in the world, America, the best. Why would you need to go, United States government? Why would you need to go, United States of America? Where would you need to go, United States? Why would you need to go to other countries to buy your debt? Why are you going to other places to borrow from? And what collateral are you giving them in order to borrow? Because if we know in America, if you want to borrow something, depending on what you're doing, especially let's talk about from a corporation standpoint, you have to have some collateral. You need to have some assets. You need to have some liquid. You need something in regards to borrowing. We need to know how we're going to make good on this debt. You have to give us something. And when we get into the Oklahoma thing, we're going to talk about that.
Ages collapse and reset. The currency fails, the debt defaults, the empire contracts. A new power emerges, a new currency takes over, the pattern resets. And the cycle begins again with a new dominant power making the exact same mistakes. 4 stages, observed across 3,000 years of recorded history. And if you think America is exempt, you're about to have a very expensive awakening. Let's start with Rome, 3rd century AD. The denarius was the dollar of the ancient world. Roman currency flowed from Britain to Mesopotamia. If you wanted to trade, you used Roman coins. There was no alternative. No other currency had the trust, the reach, the power. Rome controlled the Mediterranean. Their silver denarius was pure, trusted, universal. The empire expanded on the strength of that trust. This was dominance. This was power. Roman merchants could travel thousands of miles, and their currency was accepted everywhere. That's the definition of a reserve currency. But empires are expensive, and Rome was the most expensive empire the world had ever seen. Soldiers demand pay. And Rome had legions stretched from Scotland to Syria. Borders demand defense. And Rome had 5,000 miles of frontier. Bread and circuses demand funding. And Rome had over 1 million people in the capital alone who needed to be fed and entertained to prevent revolt. Emperor Nero started mixing copper into the silver coins, just a little. Nobody would notice, right? The coins.
All right.
Okay, so a lot of people are saying that Black people were already here at the Americas and that they didn't migrate here. Can you explain again how they are not wrong and the deeper truth behind that?
Here it is again, direct, clear, and spoken as if explaining to everyone at once. A lot of people are saying that Black people were already in the Americas and didn't migrate here. And they're not wrong, but the deeper truth goes much farther back than that. Early human beings, who were all dark-skinned, spread across the entire planet long before written history. These migrations were ancient, happening tens of thousands of years before the timelines were taught in school. Because
So if that's the case, if we've always been here, and I'm going with the we on this one. If we've always been here, and then the deeper part of it is migrations have been moving around for tens of thousands of years, then what came first?
of that, some early human groups absolutely could have reached the Americas long before the more recent migrations we usually hear about. So when people say we were already here, they're expressing an ancestral memory of those early global movements. What creates confusion today is that much later, European empires took all dark-skinned peoples and grouped them into the single category African, which erased the differences between many older populations, including ones already living in the Americas. So the idea itself isn't wrong. The deeper truth is that early humans were global. They didn't stay in one place. Humanity explored, settled, and mixed across continents long before empire rewrote the story. Understanding this doesn't erase anyone's identity. It shows how connected our origins actually are.
It's interesting. I don't know why all these people got to get nips and tucks. Interesting.
Okay, and just to clarify, the original human was dark-skinned. That is the original DNA blueprint, is dark-skinned, and that is where we all come from.
Yes. And here's the clear, accurate explanation, stated simply and without extra framing. The earliest
See her face. She was like, uh-oh. She wasn't ready for that.
explanation, stated simply and without extra framing. The earliest humans were dark-skinned. This isn't a belief or a political idea. It's the consensus of genetics, anthropology, and evolutionary biology. Melanin-rich skin was the original human blueprint because the first humans lived in equatorial regions with intense UV radiation. Dark skin protected early humans' DNA, folate levels, and overall survival. That pigmentation was the starting point for all of us. As humans migrated into different climates, colder regions with lower sunlight, skin tones gradually diversified. Lighter.
See, and then you have people that are still having debates about the monkey theory. Charles Darwin, monkeys. You are a monkey. That's a monkey. Everything has, I mean, at the end of the day, one of these days, we go, you know, not we, I ain't getting into that boat. I'm tired of that. Anytime, one of these days, you're gonna say, anytime I hear somebody say something like that about a monkey and evolution and a black man, I'm pretty much gonna lay into him or her. The money can't be that good for you to actually say that you and your ancestors come from monkeys. Next.
Some of which are among the oldest and most complex ancient sites in North America. In tonight's Heart of Louisiana, Dave McNamara shows us the historical mounds in Jonesville.
And you know who I'm talking about, Draco. You know what I'm talking about? They always be talking about this monkey theory and evolution, and that's why I say you. Know what I'm talking about.
Sometimes they appear as a distant rise in the earth, jutting above the flat Louisiana farmland. There are dozens of these mounds scattered across the state. This one was built more than 1,000 years ago. The town of Jonesville in northeast Louisiana sits on top of the site of an ancient Native American city known as Troyville. Its mounds were built 1,500 years ago. The Great Mound was over 80 feet tall, as high as the crossbeam on the town's water tower. It was partially destroyed during the Civil War, and then the dirt was used for a bridge embankment.
Of course, the first base was 30 feet high.
Local historian Bill Atkins can point out what.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Mr. Smithers.
What's left of the mounds. There's one under the Catholic Church. A cemetery next to the Methodist Church sits atop another. And at the edge of town, a mound overlooks the point where the Washita River, the Tensas, Little, and Black Rivers intersect.
It was a massive site for Indians. It's where four rivers come together, which was their highway and our superhighway of the time.
To promote its history.
Four rivers come together and meet.
Historical past, the town has reconstructed a half-sized replica of the ancient mounds. The purpose of some of the mounds remains a mystery.
Bingo, you got it, Draco.
history. But in the central Louisiana town of Marksville, this was a burial mound.
Between 40 and 50 bodies were found, or partially remains, and some artifacts. But we know that this was a place of respect for the people that lived here.
The burials in this 30-foot high mound began at the same time that Christ was born, a half world away, 2,000 years ago.
A lot of these sites,
Maybe, maybe not.
that we think of as really being ceremonial sites, particularly at that time period between 0 and 400 AD, often have embankments that are open to the east. And so they're typically on a bluff or a piece of high ground overlooking a stream.
Other mounds here align perfectly with the summer and winter solstice.
I just cannot accept that that's coincidental.
The oldest known mounds in the
Well, archaeology says it was coincidental. Archaeology says, and historians say, Egyptologists say, and all the other ologists say that people was running around here naked, half naked, in teepees.
state sit in the middle of the LSU campus. Their age has been increased as technology has improved. They are among the oldest known man-made structures in North America.
With all the voodoo that we do with radiocarbon dates these days in terms of calibration.
Oh, she tried to get a little rhyme in, huh? Or the voodoo that we do.
The 5,000-year-old date is now a 6,000-year-old date.
The most impressive mound complex in the state is now a World Heritage Site, located in extreme.
So, hold on.
The 5,000-year-old date is now a 6.
North America, in North America.
With all the voodoo that we do with radiocarbon dates these days in terms of calibration, the 5,000-year-old date is now a 6,000-year-old date.
The most.
Okay, so if we do the math, and this is actually an older video. You could tell just by the way, older news thing, because just by the way the color is in it. Let's say this is 1980 something, 1990. If you go with the 5,000, you do the math, 5,000 minus 1990. That is 33,010 BC. 3010 BC. Now, if you go 6,000, that's 4010 BC. Keep that in your mind.
Impressive mound complex in the state is now a World Heritage Site, located in extreme northeastern Louisiana at Poverty Point.
There is this whole world of different cultures who did different things, and I think that understanding that, I think, is important.
It's an amazing history that you can see across much of the state. Ancient cities that were thriving here thousands of years ago. With the heart of Louisiana, Dave McNamara, Fox 8 Local First.
The heart of Louisiana. Now, keep that in mind. So if we're talking about 4010 BC, we're going to do it real quick, and we're going to take a quick break. Now, that's the step pyramid right there. That's the step pyramid. Right? Look familiar. All right. Here's what it says. The first pyramid in ancient Egypt, the step pyramid of Djoser, because the D and the J makes a Y. Djoser was built by the architect Imhotep around 2670 to 2650 BC. Third dynasty at the Saqqara necropolis. Now, if you actually say that word in its proper, it's necropolis. Polis means city. Necro, or if you take the C to a G, that will be considered what you would call today the Black City. Said it was designed by Pharaoh Djoser. This 6-tier, 62-meter-high structure represents the earliest colossal stone building and marked the transition from flat-roofed mastaba tombs to the pyramid. Now, if you actually listen to what the guys were saying in the video, they were saying that all of these mounds was always looking over rivers and water. Why is that? We know water pretty much is your foundation for energy, motor, things that move. And also, you want that to be a center of a location for trade, commerce, and as they look at one big pyramid, if you look around the biggest pyramid, there's other structures adjacent to that. All right. But this lady said carbon dating takes these areas back 6,000 years ago, 4010 BC. Because that's 90s. That's a 90s. Because you really couldn't get nothing like that in the 2000s. They really weren't talking about that no more in 2000. They kind of shut that down after them twins went down. It was a whole different structure. You know, the information about ancient times and what actually was going on in not just in America, but just all around the world in this ancient stature, because people started really getting aware of what was going on. And this sovereign citizen movement amongst these Caucasian Europeans, whatever you want to call them, started giving out information for free about all these structures, about the system, the government, and how it is, and so on and so forth. They had to be able to suppress that. They had to start tearing more stuff down based on that fact. And then you stop getting access to these public facilities in order to get information. A lot of people like to, and what they started doing, more importantly, they started going outside. They really never focused on North America. They always went into Mexico. They go into Mexico, the Amazon, and all the places in Central and South America in regards to these structures. But as we're seeing, these structures are here in North America, and they're older. Because they actually say that the oldest structure in Central and South America is not even 4000 BC, kind of later. I mean, later. But that's just one. We're not going to talk about Alabama, Tennessee, just all these Arkansas. Yeah, that's what I'm showing you. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break on this. So under the circumstances, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and people will probably come through later. I guess this ain't really easy on the eyes. It's probably hitting some vital points here. But yeah, I didn't say too much. Okay, yeah, my stuff is still live. So let me find something to get into. And remember these audios that I play. Are going to be deleted after oops. Second, we'll get this going. All right, I think we got it going on here. We're gonna take a quick break right quick. Y'all missing out on a good one. This thing right here is banging right here. This is a great one right here. You know what y'all thinking about? I guess. About here is appreciate everybody here and everybody that's gonna be here later. Now the bottom line is what we're gonna talk about is Oklahoma. So when we're dealing with the information of what we just talked about right here, right? All of the different things that took place and transpired during that time. You know, this information has always been here. Even when the information was coming out, they never depicted who the people were and what they looked like. And if they did, they put it in some theatrical setting. Now, under the circumstances, I mentioned guardian ad litem. And when you talk about guardian ad litem, you're actually talking about hold on. Nope, that's not what I want. Nope, that's not what I want. I don't know what's happening there. But yeah. I don't know how to do this. All right, so under the circumstances, when you get into the different aspects of what guardian ad litem is, as you know, we were talking about the different ways of methods of how the system works in order to circumvent their oaths. And this is a very interesting thing that we have taken place here. Now, I'm going to show you a quick video as I showed you the Solomon Sir Jones. And we'll just take a quick look at a video. Right? So which one I want to look at here? Which one is a good one? Which is a good one that we can go to? So you have a lot of things going on right here. A lot of good things that were happening. Now, my point is that the thriving of all the different aspects of things that was taking place were very prominent at that time. And under the circumstances, we look at what guardian ad litem is and what was going on. And you look at the some other flower moon, right? As I put in there. And you're looking at the schooner, what is the thing they use for the Oklahoma Sooners, is that a lot of those people that were coming over during that time were people that were actually working for these indigenous people at that time in Oklahoma. The big oil, big everything going on at that time. But when you get into right, when you get into what was taking place at that time, right? Here's guardian ad litem. If you guys understand what I've been talking about, we talk about trust and everything else. There was another video that I wanted to bring up. Obviously, it's not letting me bring it up here. I could actually play it on my phone, and it's a good thing to hear what this one dude was saying. And I think I'm going to play it, and I just got to play it from my phone. But this is very interesting what was going on at that time. What is the name of that movie? Something of the Flower Moon. The heck is that thing called? What is that called? Yeah, Killers of the Flower Moon, right? Killers of the Flower Moon. Now, if you actually looked at that movie, you will see exactly what was going on at that time. A lot of people were dying early based on the fact that a lot of these people that was actually working ended up getting in positions where they were doing the bidding of somebody in order to take their land and usurp them out of it. Right? So a guardian ad litem is a person, often an attorney, appointed by a court to investigate and represent the best interest of a child or incapacitated person during specific legal proceedings, such as divorce, custody disputes, or abuse cases. Now, I know somebody that this actually happened to, where the court said that he was in a coma, and he wasn't in a coma, meaning that he was incapacitated. So if you say a child or an incapacitated person, that means that those are one and the same. Incapacitated. Incapacitation refers to a physical or mental inability to manage personal, financial, or medical affairs, often caused by illness, injury, or impairment. Types includes cognitive, physical, or substance-induced. It severely impacts daily life, requiring surrogate decision makers, i.e. guardians/agents. Now, if under the circumstances we're talking about these things in specifically, or I should say these things specifically, in order to deem somebody a child or incapacitated, that means you're not capable of handling your own affairs. So they appoint an attorney in order to do that. Now, this was going on in Oklahoma in the early 1900s, during the 20s, the 1920s, 15s, and the 1913s, 14, 15s, and so on and so forth. This was going on. I know firsthand knowledge of it. So what they were doing is, and this was your creation of foreclosures, where they was putting a tax on them, putting a levy on them, or getting them into some type of indentured type of contract where there was no way out. And then once the people find out and they challenge that, they say, okay, we're going to take that. This is where you get your share of sales, right? It got to the point where initially that you had judicial foreclosures, where if there was some binding contract, they would actually have to take it to a judge and then get a court order in order to have a share of sale for possession. So that way they could get their money back. But then once they knew they actually had loopholes in what was going on, because there were Supreme Court cases, and even not just Supreme Court cases in the United States, but there were Supreme Court cases in those states that were overruling that. No, you got to actually prove that you actually loaned them money and what is considered to be money. But in Oklahoma, this guardian ad litem is something that is very, very particular. Now, you remember, when the brothers was up here yesterday and, they was talking about this. We was talking about in-rem proceedings. And we were talking about estates and special appearance, special visitation, making sure that you're in a proper jurisdiction, or even as a defendant, but even as a plaintiff, you got to make sure that you invoke that proper jurisdiction in order to get the remedy that you want. And you got to make sure it's expressed in a way that doesn't subject you to any type of, external proceedings that, would take away from what you got or what you want to have in your remedy. But this right here is very important. This phrase, I call it a phrase, but this little sentence right here is very important. To investigate and represent, what we call represent, the best interest, and it's in quotes, the best interest of a child or incapacitated person. Now, remember we was actually talking about fiduciary responsibility, the O's and the E's. See, this is what we're doing, how we'll keep it simple, what we're doing over here. Just listen of the O's and the E's. That's O-R and E-E. The O's and the E's. Donor, grantor, trustor, settlor, creator, mortgagor, obligor. The O's and the E's. Trustee, grantee, donee, mortgagee. Then you have another one, principal, agent. All right. And then the other part is child or incapacitated person. Child or incapacitated person. Now, I don't want to jump off this for right now because we can actually know what a child is by law, what a child is. Not by what we think a child means, but what a child is by law. And what I just showed what incapacitated meant. And then we also know what a person means. We went over that. So if we know what these things mean, then we say, oh, okay. But then they want an attorney. An attorney who is licensed and registered through the barristers, or what you would consider to be the British accredited registry, right? Who is a foreign agent, who is supposed to be locked in and subject to the Foreign Agent Registration Act, right? FAR. But still, in its foreign status being over here, it has ethics, I should say, it has ethical duties and ethics that they need to conduct as an officer of the court. And as I read to you, fiduciary responsibility in American jurisprudence, in the section that says public officers and employees, that attorney is your employee and your officer, and is to defend you figuratively and literally. It has to defend your physical as well as your constitutional natural protections, right? Your constitutional protected rights, natural rights, God-given rights, whatever you might say. Now, in this situation, and this was the mainstay of what the killing of the flower moon was about, because this is where Oklahoma became a state. Oklahoma was not ever to be a state. It wasn't even supposed to be a territory. You see what I'm saying? Because once it became a territory, it was the writing on the wall. It wasn't but a matter of time where it became a state. It wasn't even supposed to be a territory. It was supposed to be Indian country. right? And really, it was actually supposed to be the Washington, D.C., if we want to use that, of all of the Indian country around in America. That it will be the hub or the seat of the government, because Oklahoma is dominantly Muskogee. All of those groups were a part of the Muskogee. Muskogee was the chieftain, I would say, of all of the nations that came up under that big confederacy that it was Muskogee. So the Creek, the Seminole, the Blackfoot, all of the other different groups that you have, the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, all of them places, the Caddo. So once that happened, they was able to do that. But if you look at during the time, right, when you look at those videos, what they're not showing you is white people. You'll see some white people in there, a few and far places, what we consider to be white people today. But also at the same time, those people were bringing, let me not say those people, the companies in the East Coast were coming over here, were sending their trucks, sending their workers to work, drill, work in the mines, get the products, pay the people, pay the Indians. We just call them the Indians at this point in time. What we know them to be, Indians, black, whatever. Pay them, pack their trucks, and go back to wherever they came from. Go to the ports, be able to utilize those things and make their products and manufacture their things and then ship them out or whatever they did. Like in that video, on that website right there, it does show that these people were making like $2,000-3,000 a day back then. This was the 1800s to the 1920s. We'll say a good 100 years. Let's say a good 100 years where they did that. Even amongst all the different things, they still was thriving doing their thing. And they had all different types of, crafts that they were doing. But back to this. What ended up happening, and this is what really started going on in the 1900s. Because after they started working the mines and stuff like that, after they worked, a lot of them stayed. A lot of them were like fleeing and seeking shelter amongst, the Indian people. And they were allowing them to do that. But then a lot of them were being dropped off and left. Homeless, broke, busted and disgusted. And they were carved out a section in order to do that, but they had to work. Then eventually, that things were set up and they pretty much got a foothold and got things going in the 1940s. This is Oklahoma. In the I would say more like the 50s, mid 50s, late 50s, 60s. Yeah, something like that. But what a lot of people didn't know, that the banks and the oil and all that stuff was right there in Oklahoma. Oklahoma was the strongest. So what they eventually started doing as they started working these companies and everything, they started lamping and hanging in tight. Next thing you know, you got these people, getting in some type of positions and started fighting and, creating these little small militias and catching these Indians slipping. And then taking over the land, taking over the business, marrying the wife. Sometimes killing both of them. Sometimes killing the mama, and the man leave. Escape. Now that land is abandoned. I mean, you ever notice why you look at white people in their areas, so-called white people in their areas? The reason why they call them sundown towns is because they know they're not supposed to be there. That's why they are so protective of where they're at, and they got their guns ready, and they ready to shoot anything that come on that land. You say, well, it's the United States. No, not just the United States. All of these people that are in these certain places are there by squatting, by adverse possession. Adverse possession. Adverse possession. I'm going to come back to this. I want you guys see what adverse possession means. Now, we're just dealing with California. Now, adverse possession is a legal doctrine allowing a trespasser to acquire legal title to another's land by occupying it without permission for a statutory period, 5 years in California. It requires open, notorious, exclusive, continuous, and hostile possession, along with paying property taxes. Now, you can cut out that property taxes thing. We talking about the early 1900s. And really, we're talking about not just the early 1900s, we're talking about the 1950s, 60s. So look at these words. Open, meaning that people do see you. Notorious, that's not a cool word. Exclusive, that's not a cool word. Continuous, okay. And hostile possession. Okay. That's where you get these sundown towns that developed over time. They hostile. You come over there, you know you ain't supposed to be there, we killing you. Because they know that they're not supposed to be there. So the only way they can defend where they're at, that's pretty much that they trespassed upon by this definition, adversely, being open and notorious, exclusive, continuous, and hostile, meaning that open, yeah, I'm letting you know I'm over here. Come over here we over here. So it's not just one, it's a bunch of people over there. A militia. Come over here, you in for a fight. And the only way you gonna get us out of here is if you kill us. Notorious, exclusive, continuous, and hostile. That's adverse possession. Now, in breaking this down, hostile / adverse. The possession must be against the owner's interest and without their permission. All right. Now, this is what's going on. This is what was going on in Oklahoma. Why do you think places like Oklahoma and Texas are so like they are? But really Oklahoma. That they're just so yeah. It's like that. So right here, you got actual occupation. And this is the key about occupation. Occupation is something that is adversely being done. If you occupying a place, that means it's not yours. That means you are actually there. You're actually there as an enemy combatant. I'm occupying. This is mine right now. I'm planting my flag. This is mine. Now, back to Guardian ad litem. Now, one of the things that happened was that when they started doing this, and it's really got to a place where, you know, once you set up shop, where these Indian departments then became federal territory, right? These Indian departments was only set up just for diplomatic purposes, right? To do business, right? They have a little certain area, just like if you go, like people that, you know, passport people, they go out to another country, they know exactly where the what's that called, the place where you can actually go and seek protection from the military. You know, that is actually considered to be an American or United States embassy, right? Where you go there and you get your, you know, you got protection. So Indian departments were kind of like that here in America. So these Indian departments, you can equate that to an embassy. So when people came over, citizens of the United States came over in these areas, they can seek asylum and protection or any other matters that might take place at the Indian department. Now I'm giving you a basically summary, but eventually these embassies, if I could use that word, / Indian departments, became like they became out there in some of these other countries, in my opinion, that these things became hostile. And these became like forts or some sort in order to be close and to combat or fight the home team. Now, most of the people that were considered to be Indian agents within these Indian departments were Indians. Or these were either Sephardic Moors or whatever you might be, melanated people that, you know, been having ties from a relationship and understood the language and could communicate with them of the Indians choosing. So once they established a territory over there, right? Quietly, though, everything, remember, plenary powers, plenary doctrine, doctrine of discovery. Think about that. They have a whole different mindset, just like Trump said, yeah, I'm calling it the Gulf of America. And I'm going to make an executive order to that. I'm proclaiming this. Okay. Does that mean it's actually, is it actually true? Is there a meeting of the minds? Is there a treaty being worked? Is it the Treaty of the Gulf of America? You know what I'm saying? The Gulf of America Treaty. The Gulf of America contract signed by 2 sovereigns. I don't know. I guess I got to ask him that, which ain't going to happen. But once you establish federal territory, Then you can set up courts. You can set up all different type of aspects of things. And then you can hold court there. You can bring in your attorneys. You can bring in your other officers. You can start deputizing some of these militias that have been sitting there on their own. Hey, you need some help? We got you. Yeah, let's deputize you. And then you'll have our protection. And then, you can keep doing what you're doing. So when they started having these court issues, right? And it's just like Plessy versus Ferguson, Dred Scott case, even Roe versus Wade, where you're having people that are bringing claims, but they're actually being considered in the background a child or incapacitated. But under the circumstances, you deal with it in that form of fashion. These things that transpired after that were what you would consider to be sheriffs, like I said, deputized sheriffs coming up and then having these fake foreclosures and you utilizing these plenary powers or the plenary doctrine to codify and do things by statute alone. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna look up this thing. I saw this. Hold on, let me come out of that. Let's come up here. George Art. Where's it at? All right. Now, this is a court case, Hart versus Hardman. This is in Oklahoma. Okay, if you see right here, this was decided in 1930. Syllabus, appeal and error, review sufficiency of evidence in equity case. In a case of purely equitable cognizance, the findings and decree of the trial court would not be disturbed upon appeal upon the grounds that same are not sustained by evidence and are contrary to the evidence, unless findings and decree are against the clear weight of the evidence. Same judgment, quieting, title sustained. Record examined and held, the findings and decree are not against the clear weight of the evidence. Attorney and client, attorney's purchase of land title for self-antagonistic to client's interests held to inure to client's benefit. An attorney at law employed professionally to sustain or clear title to land cannot purchase for himself any outstanding or opposing title thereto during the continuance of the relation of attorney and client, whether with his own or his client's money, and any such purchase will inure to the benefit of his client, and the client may recover the same on payment or tender of the amount of the purpose price furnished by his attorney. Now, this is some cold shit of what the language that they saying in here, Naughty. You know what I'm saying? Because they're talking about tenders. They talk. This is interesting. This is an action brought by defendant in error, hereinafter referred to as plaintiff. Now, the defendant in error is George Hardman, referred to as plaintiff against plaintiffs in error, hereinafter referred to as defendants. This is what we was talking about yesterday, Nadi. Counterclaim to quiet title to 200 acres of land in Seminole County. Now, this brother George Hardman had 200 acres in Seminole County. All right. Number two, plaintiff in his petition alleges in substance. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. All right. Plaintiff in his petition alleges in substance that on or about December 30th, 1920. So in 1920, December 3rd, 1920, they actually foreclosed at a sheriff's sale and took his land. This is him 10 years later. He, being the owner of the land, procured a loan of $6,000 thereon from or through the Conservative Loan Company of Shawnee, Oklahoma, that he executed a first mortgage on the land in said sum, and for their services in procuring the loan, plaintiff gave 4 notes in the sum of $300 each. Now, plaintiff gave 4 notes in the sum of $3 each, and to secure same, executed a second mortgage on the land that he was unable to pay said notes, and that suit was brought on the 4 $300 notes and to foreclose the second mortgage. Now that's $1,200 in 1920, resulting in a sale of said land on July 21st, 1924 to one LD Straight, agent for the loan company. Now we know that's LD Straight. That is a pen name. That is a DBA. Subject to the said first mortgage. That at the time, and remember, this is subject to the said first mortgage, that at the time of said sale, he had an agreement with Straight in the loan company that if he, plaintiff, would pay said judgment in full with all costs, he would convey said land back to plaintiff, that in connection therewith, he employed defendant E.G. Hart as his attorney to aid and advise him in carrying out said agreement, and agreed to pay him $500 for his services, $250 of which he alleged was paid in cash, that he proceeded to and did make payments on said judgment to the amount of $598.43, that thereafter about August 10th, 1924, he advised with his said attorney Hart, at which time said land was increasing in value for oil and gas purposes. So that means George Hardman had oil and gas. Whereupon it was agreed by and between him and Hart to sell leases and royalty on said land sufficient to satisfy said judgment and all other indebtedness against said land. That it was afterwards agreed by Hart that he would take up all indebtedness against said land and be reimbursed from the sale of oil and gas, leases, and royalties. That he relied upon Hart to carry out said agreement and fully protected him and satisfying said judgment indebtedness. That in violation of his duty towards plaintiff, Hart had on August 13th, 1924, bought said land from Strait and took a deed in his own name, notwithstanding Hart knew that plaintiff had then paid the sum of $50 on said judgment and continued to receive money from plaintiff to pay on said judgment, and never informed plaintiff that he had bought the land, and that he did not learn thereof until about December 24th, 1926, at which time he offered to pay defendant all the balance on said judgment and his attorney's fees, and requested that said land be deeded to him. Money wasn't nothing. Yeah, I give you all that. Cool. You see? That said land be deeded to him. That defendant Hart refused so to do and informed plaintiff that he had sold the land to defendant Whitney. He then alleged that defendant Whitney took said land with full knowledge of all the facts and plaintiff's rights, and that on December 30, 1926, defendant Whitney had executed an oil and gas lease on a part of said land to defendant Cozart, and alleged full knowledge by Cozart of all the facts and of his interest in the land. He also alleged that during all this time, he remained in peaceable possession of the land. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to pause right there. What's up, Natty? What's going on, bro?
Yeah, what's going on?
Man. This is I've been having this case for a minute. This is interesting. Very interesting. And it's interesting. Ain't nobody show up for this one. I guess people might be scared of that title or something. I don't know. But yeah, you see that because I mentioned adverse possession. All that adverse possession, a lot of these things these people were doing in Oklahoma was just that. And they was lamping there. And they didn't care about none of that. This is where that loan sharking was coming in. Now I know about this firsthand. Yeah, man. It's an interesting case.
Yeah, you said Hart had initiated the quiet title process.
No, Hardman. Well, wait a minute. Let me look at it.
Who is Hart and who is Harden?
Okay, Hardman is the landowner. He's the one that owns the land. He owns the 200 acres.
Okay, and Hart is the guy that was purchasing it yearly or using payments as in to purchase the land.
Right.
And Harden end up selling it to Windsor.
Well, he didn't sell it. He didn't sell it. What he wanted to borrow some money off his business to do a couple things, and then basically after that they flipped up the whole thing and started doing this whole foreclosure process. So right here, so Hart is the attorney. He hired Hart. Hart was his attorney based on this whole situation that was going on right here about procuring his loan. But he actually gave him $1,200 in notes. You know what I'm saying?
And he was using the money to buy Harden property?
No, he was so the $6, where's that? So right here in number 2, so he took out a loan, then he took out a second or whatever, and he gave him 4 $300 notes. So I would say these $300 notes were his notes to the land, you know what I'm saying, as collateral, you know, that he had these deeds. And those notes he utilized as collateral to get to $6,000.
Okay.
And then, right, so right here, they was trying to say he was in default. Right here, they were saying he was in default with this LD Straight and this loan company. And then he deployed defendant E.G. Hart as his attorney to aid and advise him in carrying out said agreement, and agreed to pay him $500 for his services, $250 of which he alleged was paid in cash. You know what I'm saying? So Hart was supposed to be advising him. See, I like that terminology. He was supposed to be advising him on something, not representing him, but advising him on how to carry this out. But then Hart went behind his back and went to this LD Straight and did some little backyard deal and purchased the land and said that they made some purchase deal and then try to say that he owns it now and he got to go. Then you got this Whitney guy in here and this Cozart, like, you know how they do nowadays. That's a hot potato. They'll put this company on it, then they'll transfer
Yeah,
this company.
but that didn't make no sense though, because if I pay you for advisement on a certain subject, and then in some kind of way you invest on that subject, the money I paid for you as an advisor will be transfunded to that purchase of such said subject that I asked you to advise me on, and you took interest in purchasing.
Right. See, that's
Why they
complex
didn't?
shit right there, man. Glad you up here, man. We gotta make sense of this shit. This shit complex,
Yeah,
bro.
why? How the hell he didn't use that argument? Because if I hire you for a subject as advisory on this, you know what I'm saying? No, you were involved in this subject. If you go and take the money I give you and you go, however much it is, and you go and purchase on this such said investment, that's for the advisement. That's part of the advisement. You're just almost backdooring through an underhand for me to work on the opposite end of purchasing.
Uh-huh.
That's how that shit work. Now you bound by a contract, bro. Whatever is afflicted or affiliated with this subject that I'm hiring you to advise me on, shit, it's all fair game. Thank you for trying to be slick, but you really helped me. That's what he's supposed to use. He's supposed to use that guy's services as part of purchasing that land instead of he getting beat upside the head.
Right.
I don't know what the hell he was thinking about, but they wouldn't get over on me like that. I'd have bamboozled their ass. There's no way. You under contract, homie,
Mm-hmm.
and you paid. So you took the funds that I've given you and invested in this property. That's part of the contract me and you have right there. Thank you. I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate that.
All right. Well, this case right here, he won and he got it. He got his stuff back. He got his stuff back.
Okay. All
Yeah, he
right.
got his stuff back. He took it all the way to Supreme Court. Okay, so defendant Hart answered by general denial, of course, and
Yeah.
specifically denied that he was ever employed by plaintiff, as alleged, and specifically denied that plaintiff had ever paid any money, whatever, to him to be applied on said judgment, and specifically denied that plaintiff had ever paid him any attorney fee in the premises. Further alleged in substance that on the 18th day of September 1926, he and plaintiff did enter into an agreement relative to said premises in substance, that he, Hart, should purchase said premises from Straight and then sell to plaintiff at cost to him.
See?
So yeah. Plus,
See?
yep.
He was using him the whole time.
Yep.
So it ended up back doing. That's how that shit went. I told you the shit. That's how he have to use that. He have to argue that in that way. I ain't even know about the case, and that's how I would have put it. Yes, sir. I'm the man. Look, they can't fuck with a solid mind. They can't fuck with a solid mind.
All right. So plus actual necessary expenses, except he, Hart, should retain an undivided 50-acre interest in all the oil and gas rights in and under said premises, together with the 1926 crop rents as his compensation, with the understanding that if the oil lease or royalty was sold in the meantime, the net proceeds were to be applied upon the purchase price, and that in any event, plaintiff was to pay him $1,000 of the purchase price on or before November 15, 1926, and the remainder thereof within 90 days thereafter. That this agreement was oral, but was afterwards reduced to writing by him, and plaintiff had agreed to sign same, but when presented to plaintiff, he did not sign same for the only reason that his wife was not present. That he, Hart, fulfilled all the terms of his agreement, but that plaintiff had wholly, where my mouse at? Had wholly failed to perform any part thereof. That more than 30 days before he sold said premises to defendant Whitney, he notified plaintiff that he would sell said land. He didn't already had that shit on the contract. He would sell said land to anyone who would buy it, but that plaintiff made no response nor objection. He further pleaded estoppel against plaintiff in that in January 1927, after Whitney had become the owner of said land, plaintiff had authorized him, Hart, as his agent to purchase said lands from Whitney at a profit of $1,000 to said owner. God damn. Man. Oh, cold business right there, man. Look.
Where did that where did the other 50 acres come from?
That's what I'm saying. Where does other 50 come from? You know what I mean?
I guess they already had it. Whitney and them already had something adjacent or something, had property already that they had to surrender over for the fucking affliction that they pulled on the man.
So my guess is that Whitney was some businessman.
Yeah.
That
most likely Whitney and Pratt.
Yep. Some type of businessman.
Yeah.
And this attorney was actually somebody that was put up on Hardman, and he already had it ready where, like we see today, these attorneys are the ones operating as, like you said yesterday, these third parties coming in as debt collectors, and really to, you know what I'm saying, as cheat the estate of some sort. You know what I mean? That's because where this Whitney guy came in from, you know what I'm saying? It's like real estate investment today. I go make you want to sell your property. I make you an offer knowing I ain't got the money, but I know somebody that's ready to buy. So I do what is called a double close or simultaneous close or an assignment. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit right there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, all right, let's keep going. This shit good. Defendant Whitney answered by general denial and further pleads. Oh, he brought everybody in. Okay, and further pleads that he is an innocent purchaser for value without notice of plaintiff's claim. He further pleads estoppel in that after he had purchased said premises from Hart, plaintiff had recognized him as the owner of said premises and had attempted to purchase same from him at a profit of $1,000. And further, that plaintiff had recognized him as the owner of said premises and had rented same from him and become his tenant. Defendant Cozart answered in substance that, damn, he owned his land, he called him a tenant? Damn. In substance, that he was an innocent purchaser for value without notice. Plaintiff's reply was in substance a general denial. The issues thus joined were tried to the court. W.J. Crump, assigned judge, resulting in a finding and decree in favor of plaintiff, quieting the title to him, but allowing defendant Whitney a lien on the premises in the sum of $12,500, the amount he had paid to Hart, and which was in turn used to satisfy all the indebtedness and liens against said land. From this judgment and decree, defendants appeal. There are some 11 assignments of error. See, cloud and title, that hot potato. But those relied upon are presented under two propositions to wit, that the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the judgment of the court are not supported by the evidence and are contrary to the evidence. What's it? All right. What's that mean? That the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and the judgment of the court are not supported by the evidence and are contrary to the, okay, that's what they're saying on appeal. That the judgment of the court is contrary to the law and to the evidence and is not supported by the evidence. In fact, but one question is presented, that is whether the findings and decree of the court are against the clear weight of the evidence. We have carefully examined and considered all the evidence in the record, include that the findings and decree are not against the clear weight of the evidence. We deem an extended review of the evidence unnecessary. The two principal questions upon which the evidence is in conflict are the alleged agreement or understanding between plaintiff and the conservative loan company that after the sale under the foreclosure, the company would hold the premises in trust for plaintiff and reconvey to plaintiff upon payment by him of the judgment and costs, and whether plaintiff had employed defendant Hart as his attorney to represent him in carrying out the arrangement. So they couldn't, ain't no way they could win that, because the conservative loan company said that after they got judgment, that he could buy it back. Plaintiff testified positively that there was such an agreement, while A.J. Fluke, receiver for the loan company, and L.D. Strait, purchaser at the sale, positively denied the agreement. Sometime after the alleged agreement was entered into, the holder of the first mortgage commenced proceedings to foreclose and made the receiver and L.D. Strait the purchaser at the first foreclosure sale. Parties defendant. In their answers, the receiver and Strait pleaded substantially such agreement, the allegations of the receiver in this respect being that said lands were sold under an order of sale on the day of 1924 and as a matter of convenience and in pursuance of the contract and agreement between the receivers of the Conservative Loan and Trust Company and the defendant George W. Hardman. The W stands for Washington. The same was bought in by the defendant, L.D. Strait, with an agreement that an oil and gas lease upon said land should be sold together with a portion of the royalty thereunder and the proceeds and the proceeds applied. First, in the payment of the past due taxes upon said land. Second, in the satisfaction of judgment of the conservative loan and trust company and the amounts advanced upon the first mortgage in the payment of interest subsequent to the filing of the suit in which said judgment was rendered, in all costs and express incurred in the attempt to collect on the second mortgage and the residue, if any, was to be paid to George W. Hardman and the land to be conveyed to him. The answer of straight, in part, alleged is George W. Hardman. He was sharp. Hey, boy, they try to pull the trick bag on him.
Yeah.
That this defendant, at the instance of said Hardman and the said trust company, agreed to take title to said land, and under an agreement in writing, it was specifically provided that a lease and a part of the royalty rights in and to the lands described in the plaintiff's petition were to be sold, and the money to be applied in the satisfaction of taxes upon said land and the amount due the trust company, and the remainder, if any, was to be paid, said George W. Hardman, in the lands when said taxes and the debt to the conservative loan and trust company was paid was to be conveyed to the said George W. Hardman. All right. By their declaration solemnly made at a time when there was no controversy between plaintiff and Hart, these witnesses refute their own testimony and fully corroborate plaintiff. The trial court found that such agreement was made, and in view of the evidence pointed out, such finding was not against the clear weight of the evidence. Shortly after the sale, plaintiff, apparently for the purpose of carrying out the arrangement above mentioned, commenced efforts to effect the sale of oil and gas leases on and royalty in said premises. To this end, he enlisted the services of one A.L. Bowes of Ada, Oklahoma, who interested the Alcorn Oil Company, a company apparently affiliated with the Marlin oil interest in the proposition, and secure from them an offer sufficient to pay off the judgment, etc., subject, however, to approval by their attorney of the title. So basically, he wouldn't call his partners and say, hey, man, I need y'all help. Can you help me? Just and they said, all right, we got you. Abstract of title was furnished the oil company, and Mr. Oakes, their attorney, upon examination of the abstract, pointed out some 50 defects in the title, which he required to be corrected. Some of these were of little consequence and easily corrected, while others were such as to require the services of an attorney. Defendant D.G. Hart was employed to assist in making these corrections. The evidence is conflicting as to who employed him. Plaintiff and his wife testified positively that plaintiff employed him at an agreed fee of $500, that $250 thereof in cash was paid to him by plaintiff's wife. The balance to be paid when the requirements in reference to the title had been met. That this employment was sometime in July or August 1924, shortly after the sale of the premises to Strait. So George's wife came in and broke him off. Yeah, you're done, buddy. You're done. So much for that docile woman, huh? She broke out her purse on that shit. Now she was like, here you go. Let me snap you off this $250 real quick and go on handle your business. Like that. Defendant Hart testified positively that plaintiff have never employed him and that plaintiff's wife had never paid him anything whatever, that she had never been to his office until shortly before the trial, and he had never seen her and did not know her during the year 1924. He testified that his employment was by A.O. Bowles of Ada, Oklahoma, in a conversation over the telephone, and he never looked to plaintiff for his fee, looked only to Bowles. Bowles testified that he never employed Hart, but had referred Hardman to him. We think, however, some of the correspondence passing between the parties during the summer and fall of 1924, and long before any controversy arose between plaintiff and Hart, shows conclusively that defendant Hart was in fact employed by plaintiff, and that Hart really looked to him for the fee. Sometime about November 1924, some correspondence was had between plaintiff and the holder of the first mortgage, looking to the renewal or extension of the mortgage. December 1924, Sherwood, who owned this mortgage, wrote plaintiff indicating that he might make some arrangements of that kind, and telling plaintiff that he had referred his request to his attorney, Mr. Wilmot of Weewaka. Okay, so the Weewaka people, right? All right, it suggested that plaintiff had Mr. Hart see Mr. Wilmot about the matter. Plaintiff sent this letter to defendant Hart and wrote a short note on the back thereof to the effect that he would like to have Hart go to see Wilmot and make arrangements to reinstate the loan, as it would save him several $100s commission on a new loan. On December 13, 1924, Bowles wrote defendant Hart suggesting that if the investor did not accept the interest and renew the loan, then they would attempt to make a new loan elsewhere, urging Hart to proceed with meeting the requirements of the oil company. December 16, 1924, Hart wrote Bowles informing him that he had seen Wilmot with reference to the $6,000 loan and that it will be impossible under any consideration to get the loan reinstated, and informing Bowles that plaintiff Hardman had just sent him a summons in foreclosure on another and different loan, and in said letter used the following language: if the foreclosure goes ahead and the new loan is not made, George will have nothing to pay me with. If you think best to go ahead under the circumstances before we are assured the new loan can be made and are willing to see us paid, go right ahead with this. This, we think, shows conclusively that at the time Hart was looking to plaintiff Hardman for pay for his service. Thereafter, Bowles wrote Hart to the effect that he would see that Hardman paid the fee. So, taking this evidence of the transaction had at the time when there was no controversy, finding the court to the effect that plaintiff employed defendant D.G. Hart to aid him in correcting the title and meeting the requirements for the said sale of the oil and gas lease and royalties on said land to procure funds necessary to pay the mortgage indebtedness, is not against the clear weight of the evidence, but on the other hand, is in accord therewith. So what Hardman was doing at that time, he already had leases, right? So he already had oil and gas leases on the land. So what he was doing, Nadi, was taking that lease contract, using that as the collateral to borrow. So let's say if he didn't pay it back, then they would take the money from the royalties that he was getting from the leases, right? That's what I'm seeing right there. So at the end of the day, it's not taking land. It's actually you're using your contracts that you have, your leases or your indenture contracts, really as secure collateral to get money to do some other stuff. That's what I'm looking at. You got it.
Talking about using the property notes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What I'm hearing right there. That's what the notes was.
Yeah, but yeah, I could see this court case going like it went because you couldn't go to a banking financial institution and get loan on barren land. There has to be a structure. So even for him to get a loan, he had to go on these private. I can see how it happened. But that's not a regular thing. You just got to find someone that's willing to take that risk to um give you a loan on barren land. But apparently they knew that it was oil and gas on the land, so it really wasn't barren. So they already knew the value of the land.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it during that time, I think real business was being done at that time, where land was something that was something of value based on the fact that they had, the minerals up under there that they was actually utilizing every day. I mean, that's interesting. I'm gonna jump down a little bit. Okay, so let's go to 20. Okay, so the trial court found that at the time defendant Hart took title to the land, he was the attorney for the plaintiff, George W. Hardman. And in taking said land by the deed he acquired from Strait, he did so as a trustee for the plaintiff. See what I'm saying, Nadi? Here we go. So he was hired to advise, but this court right here says that as an attorney, he's coming in as a trustee. He's in a trustee position by default. And he said land for the use and benefit of plaintiff. So as a trustee for plaintiff and held said land for the use and benefit of the plaintiff. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's plain language. It's what I'm trying to get across. We think the evidence clearly sustains this finding, and that the conclusion of law reached by the court to the effect that defendant Hart, and so taking the title of the land while he was attorney for plaintiff, did so as trustee for said plaintiff, and that he held the same for the use and benefit of plaintiff is correct. The following the following general rule is announced. So they say in 6 CJ 682, the following general rule is announced. A client has the right to treat all acts of his attorney concerning the interests entrusted to him as done for his benefit, equity, and public policy, or opposed to an attorney's deriving any advantage in relation to the subject matter involved, which is obtained at the expense of the client, even though there is no actual fraud on the part of the attorney. Now, why wouldn't that be considered fraud? All right. So, and further, it results that in all cases where an attorney purchases property involved in litigation or any other property connected therewith, obtaining it under a special advantage in consequence of knowledge or information acquired through his client or in the conduct of the case, his client may elect to treat him as a trustee for his benefit. Oh, shit. And compel him to account for all profits or to convey to him the property, subject only to a lien for his services and expenditures. Wow. An attorney cannot make use of any knowledge acquired by him through his professional relations with his client to promote his own advantage, but in every such case will be conclusively presumed to be acting for his client's benefit. These general rules are well supported by authorities and seem to be well settled. And here, this is another case law. It was held, attorney at law employed professionally to sustain title to land cannot purchase for himself any outstanding or opposing title, either before or after the cause is ended or during the continuance or after determination of the relation of attorney and client, whether during the time the client holds for himself or after he has conveyed his interest, and any such purpose will inure to the benefit of his client or the latter's vendee. And will follow the title into the hands of whomsoever may take the land, and the client or his vendee may recover the same on payment or tender of the amount of the purchase money with interest. Whether during time attorney is acting as such or after such relations have ceased, whether the client's money or his own money he purchased or acquired subject of litigation, equity will decree that he holds such interest as trustee for client. Okay, so it thus appears that plaintiff at all times relied upon his right to pay the judgment indebtedness and have the land reconveyed to him. There is a further contention made that plaintiff cannot recover for the reason that he was guilty of laches, in that after defendant Hart notified him that he had purchased the land. Hold on, real quick. What is laches? Unreasonable delay in making an assertion or claim, such as asserting a right, claiming a privilege, or making an application for redress, which may result in refusal. All right. That he plaintiff cannot recover for the reason that he was guilty of laches, meaning delay, and that after defendant Hart notified him that he had purchased the land and requested plaintiff to reimburse him, therefore he failed to do so for in a reasonable length of time. With this contention, we cannot agree for the reason that the demands made and relied on were under a separate agreement which defendant Hart claimed to have had with plaintiff and to which plaintiff testified he did not agree. In addition thereto, plaintiff had already substantially completed arrangement with one Gahagan to pay off the indebtedness and all liens against the land for an oil and gas lease thereon, together with the royalties on the part thereof. As soon as Hart learned that his deal was likely to go through, he promptly deeded the land to defendant Whitney. When he did so, he well knew that plaintiff was relied upon his original agreement to save land to himself. When his efforts were about to succeed, defendant Hart, in violation of his trust, deeded the land to Whitney, and Whitney almost immediately executed an oil and gas lease on the part thereof to defendant Kozart, admittedly without consideration or without any intention to convey any interest in the land to Kozart. The record shows that at all times plaintiff remained in possession of the land and was in good faith asserting his interest therein, and that the finding of the trial court that defendant Whitney and defendant Kozart were not innocent purchasers and fully sustained by the record. Is fully sustained by the record. Defendant Whitney is fully protected in the money he paid for the land, which was used to pay off the liens against the same by liens given therefore in the judgment. Therefore, being no reversible error in the record, the judgment should be and is hereby affirmed. Bennett, Leach, Eagleton, and her commissioners concur. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 5-4 ruling. Now,
all this matrix. We all know this. We all know that it's not real. It's not.
What's up,
Whatever they're
Taz?
saying is you're an American. No, you're not. Who told you American? All that dumbass shit. No, I'm on mute.
You guys want to know something else?
What?
This is my 3rd grade uncle.
I'm not American. Your 3rd grade uncle who?
This guy right here.
What guy?
This guy right here. I was reading. Taz, you ain't even been paying attention. I'm talking about.
Hey, my bad. I'm over here yelling at Warrior,
Yeah,
man.
you already
Hey,
come
you know
in.
that's my brother, man. I always gotta. He be talk. My bad. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. My bad. I'm gonna keep quiet. I always get on my brother, man. So my bad.
Yeah, that's my 3rd grade uncle, Nadi.
I don't know how to respond to that because, like, you know, Warrior is like my brother. Right? I know that's your uncle.
No.
Oh, the other guy, yeah.
You're not listening. He don't even know what we're
No,
talking
I'm
about.
not. I came in listening, and my bad. Excuse me, everyone. Let the brother go ahead and talk. My bad.
Don't worry about it. There's only 3 people up here. On this
Bless. No, so it's good. That's great. That's cool because, man, I hear all this stuff. I'm yelling at him like, no, bro. We've been listening to this for the last week, bro. I've been listening to you for the last week. Like, no, okay, cool. But let's get to the solution. We all know what's going on. Like, yeah, all right, cool. And I was
No,
like,
you're
man, I
right.
ain't gonna no, we're not gonna
You're
keep
right,
doing this,
though.
man. We need to go ahead, like, okay, now that we know this, let's do this. And do this. And you heard me. That's my bad. But we already know. You know, it doesn't matter. We Americans, we are no, who told you I'm American? I don't care about all that, man. I don't care
Me
about none of
neither.
that.
I really don't care about it either.
Yeah.
But, you know, what my angle is going to be, if we're going to do this, pardon me, I ain't ate all day. But if we're going to do this, then we got to know the angle. Now, this case is very important. In the fact that even during these times in that area, right? Because my uncle was in Seminole County. He's a Seminole. And during that time, you know, he controlled a lot of land, big oil, big money, big shit going on. You know what I'm saying? And during this time in the 20s, when they started doing these plays, then this is what started happening. Now, he was fortunate. You know, he was that influential where he actually won. But even prior to that, they took it. They took it in 1920, 21. They took that. But at the same time, you know, he was fighting it the whole time. It took him 10 years to get it back. Then after that, you know what I'm saying? They eventually ran them off the land eventually because it just got really convoluted in what they was doing. So that's why I kind of put in the title, the Flower Moon thing, the Boomer Sooner, you know, and the Schooner and stuff like that, where they show it in the football games, where they got the horse and buggies and things like that, people coming over there. I mean, that was really going on. And the level of business that was being done at the time. And now he talks about that all the time. I mean, you come up here and you talk about business too as well. That was real. Like today, when we talk about, we got to convince people now to do business like that, when that was just a normal staple of doing business. But now people are so comfortable and getting a job. I'm not saying getting a job is bad, but they're comfortable in getting a job. And even in them getting a job, they don't know how to be financially literate to be able to move some of that money, eat some top ramen, you know what I'm saying? A peanut butter and jelly sandwich in order to get over to the next place. So that way, that's not the end all be all for what you're trying to do. You know, you're going to be your own boss. And they don't understand how to set up life insurance policies, how to be their own bank, how to utilize these things, how to set up these trust companies and things like that in order to secure these things. But at the same time, you know, you're going to go do your 9 to 5, but at the end of the day, after you leave your 9 to 5, your money is still working for you. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, or even at the end of the month, you making $50-something $100 a month, and then at the end of that month, you wait for that next check to get that $50-something $100 a month, and you ain't got shit to show for it. You know what I mean?
Bless, brother. Bless, brother. But so what you just spoke of, how does the people in itself, we the people, living humans, go ahead and follow what you're saying? I mean, you're saying what you're saying, but study. Right. I understand the study part of it, but we're on live now. What we need to show them part A. Look, this is what we need to do first. He's explaining what he's. I understand here, everyone. I'm always doing this because there's a loophole to everything, but in the same time, I understand it. So understand, I don't go against my brother, but I need to ask the questions that you all need to understand. Like, okay, you just said all what you said, my brother, but okay, so now what do you want to do? What, you know,
Well, what I
all
want to do,
respects with the grandfather and all that stuff, with love and respect, but understand, what do you want to do now? Do you
all
want to
right.
show how it starts, or
But this is what I'm showing every time I'm up here. I gotta be basic. I'm a coach, right?
I
So
understand, bless.
when people come in my gym, they don't get to touch the ball. They can look at it, but they can't touch it. You got to know how to walk and chew bubble gum. You got to be able to be balanced on your feet, have good core, understand the discipline before you get to touch that ball.
So what
And
is the goal?
conditioning.
What is the real goal?
It's
For
about
you, for
it's
you.
about conditioning. Listen, I'm telling you, it's about conditioning, right? What people gonna learn from me is what I learned: conditioning. That ball is gonna be a part of my hand. The ball don't even exist anymore. It's just a part of my hand because I'm disciplined. And the bottom line is what this situation showed me when I found this situation. And I learned about all this stuff about my uncle. It's in me to do this shit. There's no mistake. It's in me. I come from that bloodline. That's what we do. And when I look around, my brothers, my sisters, and my uncles, my auntie, my cousins, we all are the same way. We built like that. Myself, I'm just delivering the information. I'm not trying to be the shepherd. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not. But if people ask me for assistance and some guidance, I will help them. But I'm not going to
remedy. We need remedy. How do you start the remedy?
I'm not going to stick my chin out for that.
Okay.
Nobody believes. Look, Nadi knows. Nobody believes what we talking about, man.
No, I know what
you know.
I know, but I just want to hear somebody else say something else.
You sitting right next to that man right there.
Bless, and it's a very blessing thing. Believe me. And look, my brother comes to me all the time, man, and me and him argue all the time about this, but because he always try to test me all the time, he drives me crazy. Like, dude, I know what you're talking about, man. I want to hear all that. But
okay,
no,
so my thing is this: the end game is this. It ain't about winning in court.
Nope.
It ain't about having mansions or anything like that.
No, nope.
It's about being solvent. You know what that means?
Of course, we all know what sovereign is, but sovereign citizen, we don't know what the hell.
No. No, I said solvent.
Oh, solvent.
S-O-L.
Solvent. Yeah. Solvent.
Yeah, solvent, right?
Yeah.
Solvent means that free and clear. Nobody has no liens. Nobody has everything free and clear. That's the end game for that I tell everybody. Free and clear. And get control of your assets. Anything that's attached to you, get control of it. And while you're doing what you're doing, if you are subject, you know what I'm saying, Nadi, if you are subject to some of these things, you got these indentures up on you, you got some of these balls and chains up on you, figure out how to not participate, but how to function in that whole thing. At least you can get some bread. And then once you get the bread, or what we call recoupment of some of those credits, then you can actually pay the shit off, get free and clear. And after you pay the shit off, get the recoupment again, and then start moving that money into solvency and other places and being free and clear. Man, simple. They actually simplified the game for people by HGR 192. Simple. You know what I mean? It worked against the indigenous people. It worked against the brothers and sisters during that time, like my uncle. But that was a whole different play. But yeah,
Yeah. June
that's
5th,
my thing, Ted. That's how I
1933,
get.
HR 192 was instituted. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of made the people kind of dependent, right? How we talk about use that dependency thing, but I look at it as power. I don't look at it as being a dependent. I look at it as power. Yeah, but that's my thing, Taz. That's what I look at. I mean, at this time, we at the age, we in our 50s, man. We don't know what could happen in the next 10, you know what I mean, years or whatever, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, it's good enough that we actually up here talking, and I've actually seen more than I thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, looking good to me, you know. So, yeah, that's what I'm about, Taz. You know, I ain't trying to save everybody. Nope. I'm up here really to talk shit. And you know what I'm saying? We get the brothers up here like Nadi, and nonetheless, you know, people that want to come up here, they're gonna come up here, they won't build. Other people, they won't. But I know that they're listening. I know they're taking notes. I know they can apply it to themselves, because pretty soon we're gonna get more in depth. We're gonna start getting some things done. You know, I'm gonna start sourcing up in a minute. This is my first source right here. But you know, eventually we're gonna get some. We're gonna do some things. You know what I'm saying? I'm testing the waters right now, Taz. I'm testing the waters. But it's been cool. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down early. If this is early. I mean, I really only been up here for maybe about 2 hours. Okay, he back. Yeah, I only really been up here for about 2 hours because I was just playing videos and stuff like that. I'm gonna edit it and I'm gonna take out all the extras, and the music is gonna go, and
That's him.
I'm gonna take out that intro part, you know, deal with the audios and things like that, and go from there. But really, we've only been up here for about 2 hours. Pretty much an hour and some change was really pretty much on these streams and, you know, showing these other videos. But yeah, you anything you want to add, Donnie?
No.
Yeah. So yeah. But yep. But outside of that, man, the interesting
Execute. Study, execute. Study. Practice, execute. All the studying or all the talking, sitting around the fire camp, is good for conversation, you know.
Right,
But
right.
when they come to individuality, you got to have some show and tell within one's own.
I concur.
Yeah.
I concur.
You know, it seems like when people come out of grade school or high school or whatever school,
I want to do one
they
throw
act
to your
like
throat.
they act like they can't
One throw to your
read
throat.
and write no more. This the problem.
Yeah. You know, the complacency is over the top.
And not only that, the what's that word? The privilege, the self privilege or self identified privilege is over the top too.
Yeah.
Cause everyone just think, oh well, that shit there don't matter to me, and this
Yeah,
don't.
exactly.
But it matters to the opposition in front of you.
Man, goddamn, does it? Man, they eat, sleep, and shit this stuff right here.
Right, but see how we again understand what we're talking about. But like what I'm saying is, brother, like can we
Got to play the fucking game.
no,
And
but he's bringing it out, bro. What I'm saying to you is, we brought it out. You just said it. Let's put it on. Hey, look, this is what it means.
execute is what it means.
Okay, it doesn't matter. We need to go look it up. Boom, 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 boom. Put it on, and that's it. That's what I'm saying. Explain to you, man. He's bringing stuff out. We're talking this, we're talking that, but he needs to put it on. Let everybody read it. Like that's where it comes from.
That's what he do.
I didn't see none. My bad. I ain't want. All right. I'm gonna keep quiet.
See,
I didn't see that
this
shit though. What he
yeah, but
just said, what you just said to me, I didn't
check
see
this
him
out,
bring it
Taz.
up.
Check this
Bless.
out, Taz. Yeah, check this out.
I know, but I'm just
I hear
saying.
you, I hear where you come from. I hear this all the time. People want to see something. Right? This is what I hear. They want to see something. And then a lot of people say, well, let me see if it worked for you, and then I'll do it. I'm like, oh, okay. So
Yes, I
I'm the
do
crash,
know.
I'm the crash test dummy, huh?
Execute it.
Okay, well, you know, but I mean, at the end of the day, what do you the executing is actually doing it first. You know,
Show it
you
yourself.
go through your bumps and bruises on this thing,
I
right?
don't
You
have
know,
to show you me.
but the
That's not
bottom
what I was
line,
saying, bro. You
yeah,
all got me messed up. This is what I'm saying. I got a
but the
karate
bottom
chop one
line,
time to my throat.
check
To
this
his
out,
throat.
Taz.
Go
Check
ahead.
this out, Taz. Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, check this out. So any victory is a victory. Whether it might, because a lot of people they've been listening to all these little fake gurus and they showing them stacks of dollar bills with probably monopoly money in between and confetti. And you look at it from this perspective that only thing people see as a victory is there's money behind it, not solvency. You see what I'm saying? If I win and everybody's
Hold
away
on,
from
Bless.
me,
Hold on. Hold your thought, brother. Hold your thought for
go ahead.
the audience. So you're doing this for the view of no money, right? You just said it.
No, I didn't say that.
Solvency.
I said
No, he
solvency.
said for view of money.
No, I said people when they want.
People of view of
I
money.
said, listen. What I said was all these fake gurus
Yup.
are showing or advertising by showing stacks of money. And what they're saying is that follow me because I could get you all this money. But
Okay. My
everybody
bad.
is, and what that does is that dilutes it, and it kind of, you know, make it a crab in a barrel thing where people don't think that a remedy is outside of money. You see what I'm saying? I would love an
Uses
injunction.
money though.
I would love an injunction. I would love cease and desist. I love for them people not to be able to trespass and when they see me.
That's
Hey,
the remedy.
Yeah.
Not to be trespassed against.
I
there you
understand
The
that
go.
part.
money, the money comes if you are wise enough to collect from the trespass or offense of the trespass.
Just getting out is better.
But the
Shit.
see,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I would have crotch chop you. Go ahead.
can't get nowhere, bro, because you got to stay focused, man. Got to execute and stay focused. The whole goal is not to be trespassed against. That's the remedy. You want to be identified. Soon as they look at you or soon as they pull a number up, it shows no trespassing against this individual whatsoever. And if one chooses to trespass and violate with an offense, then you go and try to seek some type of financial benefit from it, from an individual contract or being bonded under a contractual agreement. But you're not looking for money. That's not what you're looking for. When you do your paperwork, you're looking for solvency, bro. You're looking for
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I don't know. That's the remedy.
Yeah. Yeah, leave me alone.
That's the remedy. But you got to put in notifications because who you're dealing with has been doing this for 400 years of orchestrating their property. And there hasn't been too many when you seeing someone that's not under the property value of the United States, they're in private. You don't see them. They don't see them. No one sees them. So you're not gonna identify with this term of leave me the fuck alone because you don't know what it is. So you got to understand now you're dealing with all these entities that has an identity that some type of property they're securing. So you got to send notification that I'm not your property.
All right.
Leave me alone.
Can I make a comment about that?
Yeah.
All right, bless. Are you done?
Go ahead.
I'm just saying. Okay, so yeah, we all that. Everything you just said, we all that. But although you got all that, why we doing this? Like, why we,
Notification.
No, like,
why you doing what?
Like, why I gotta go and stupid shit?
You ain't listening.
Dumbasses.
You've been
All we got all that shit.
You've been having a motherfucker secure you for over 400 years. What is that in your head, bro? You think they're just supposed to go away overnight with nothing? Cause you
we gotta fight.
Leave it.
We fighting.
The only way you can fight is through paperwork. You ain't got no army.
No. That part, I know. Everything is administration. I know everything is writing. I know there's no such thing as
execute, bro.
I understand
Knowing
that.
this shit ain't doing you no good by it's sitting in your head.
So again, I'm throwing questions out that anyone can answer, but we know we are there. The thing is that I like to question him about that crap because I always all these
questioning me. I'm
questioning you.
You questioning yourself.
I'm just questioning you, bro.
I'm insolvency.
I understand, but you got the paperwork on all
that shit. So it's you that need it. I don't need it.
And bless and believe that I told y'all that, again.
So you got the X.
But I still want to karate chop him one time through the throat. And I always got to do it just to see where he going to come back with it. I'm just saying. Bless. No, I'm blessed, brother. I'm just saying. And look, whoever brings his brother to his area, territory, condo, just let everybody know you better have a lot of fish. This brother eats a lot of fish and rice and vegetables. And a lot of knowledge. So continue on, my brother. Go ahead. We listen.
Oh no, I'm pretty much cool. I'm cool. I'm pretty much done for today.
Oh, bless that, bless.
Yeah, I just want to see if y'all want to land on something, but that was good. That was good dialogue. I mean, yeah, that's cool what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's great. I mean, because a lot of people, you know, ask those questions and think like that. Like,
No, we
how
gotta
you
make fun.
well, what you gonna do right now? You need to show me what you done. Yeah, but if we don't have a common ground on these things that I'm showing and what they call black letter law, what this system is about, and define your remedy within that, and then even be able to, you know, sustain yourself and control your assets and, you know, create that force field around you where, you know, that thing, you know, don't trespass upon me, then you can have all the money in the world. But to me, you just $1 million EBT card carrier, because that could be taken. That car could be taken, that Corvette, that Bentley, anything. It could be taken if it ain't secured. If you don't know how to secure it, and really you don't know how to secure your own self, then everything else is up for grab. You know, that's just how I look at it. That's how I look at it. Things and things, things and things. Those things. Well, I mean, we got to get to a place where if you're going to claim something, you got to substantiate that claim. People will say, well, you made a claim, substantiate your claim. And I got 50,000 questions for you to substantiate your claim. And I don't want to hear none of them. I don't accept them.
I want to punch you one time to his throat. You better not say shit, bro. Let me get that. This dude crazy as hell. Bro, bless everything you say is true, blessing everything. Let's get fired up though. We're gonna get this you know program, everything going. But we need although we're talking freely, we're doing everything with love and honor, and those who wakes up to it, wake up. If you don't, we'll keep going. But we're gonna give you the remedy somehow, some way. You all gotta study. That's the thing. That's why I say you gotta stand on your own square. Y'all heard me? I mean, or you stand on your stand.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's saying. So I'm there. Is I just like to mess with my brother. But the reason why I do that is it's just makes it funner in the internet. See who really knows it. Like you
Oh
do.
yeah,
You
I know.
know it real good,
I
brother.
know.
You
I know
good.
y'all cool. Yeah. Man, trust me, I ain't even tripping off none of that. I know
All
y'all
right.
good.
Yeah. Just let you know. I'm Taz,
Hey,
man.
we need that though. Hey,
I
look,
always mess with my brother.
I like that. Yeah, wake me up. Like, yeah, wake
Yeah.
me up.
Because
You know
like
what I'm
he's
saying?
saying all this, I want to ask a question that people don't want. They scared to ask the question, but me, I'm not scared. I'm just gonna do it, and then
That's
he'll
right.
correct me. You know, oh, okay. Well, everybody understood that part. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, real talk.
Yeah,
Real
he
talk.
don't
It
Real
know.
talk.
is.
Ain't no
Real talk.
question, dog.
Yeah, because people don't want to ask questions that makes them feel like, oh, you're a dumbass. You're not studying. No, I'm gonna ask it. That's just how I do it with him. It's because nobody wants to do it. But what you're saying is, you know, you're on point, you know, but again, we need evidence. We need to put it on what you're saying. I noticed that your video, but you don't put nothing on evidence, which is cool if you want to do it that way, but we always want to put all our stuff on evidence. What you're saying, what's going on. We're not teaching. We're just saying this is what we're talking about right here. This is what it says right here, you know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Bless.
you're right. But it's about evidence of what type. Now I'm showing real quick, I've showed uh, case law. I've showed peer reviews, articles. I showed codified language. We've talked about the Constitution, articles, amendments. Nadi has referenced a lot of terms, legal terms, nonetheless has to as well. Even you have brought up some things as well. If you can't grasp that or have any type of understanding of that, then why should we move forward?
Yeah, if you can't collect and comprehend on basic conversation, why move forward? That's facts. That's facts.
It's facts.
That's
It
facts,
is
though.
true, but it takes. Look, you have to understand. We only did that one time. It takes 3, 4 times. These people don't get it, man.
It'll be a contingent to,
But we need a lot of people like
and
to
then
understand what's going on.
the contingents turn into buffoonery and clowning, and then now you just have a social gathering of laughter and buck,
True.
buck riding. You know.
True.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I'm not really with that all the time. But there's a way to do it. Even within getting the information, there's a way to do it where it can flow. Kind of like how you coming back and forth, we building, you pushing back, you got amplification with what you're saying and conviction with what you're saying. We could talk about it all day long, and we could do that. Nonetheless, come up here with his fire, but it's getting somewhere. It's not stagnating us. It's getting us somewhere. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no.
What he do? He has his knowledge on a day-to-day venue as he's doing it actively. The issues coming in where yes, he's been blessed at this point not to have any interactions with the wrong type of characters. What my fear is when it does come, or if it ever does, I God forbid it does,
Right.
what game piece will he have besides mouth alone to really qualify him as such? Because my experience in Georgia just now, even though I'm all the way legitimate for his notifications and paperwork and all of that, the individual still did what they wanted to do.
Yep.
Bless. Yup, we all saw that. And it was a rejection on simple rights, bro, where they couldn't hold me. They know they couldn't hold me, but they still held me until a point of submission, right? So
Yep.
so it's good to know things, but see, right now I have the ability to actually find a remedy in all that transgression that I went through because I had notification already in presence. So it was law. It wasn't like I was under presumption.
Who'd you notify? The Secretary of State?
Oh, everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah.
No, tell them everybody, brother.
No, it's cool.
We know, we
I
all
know he's
know.
talking
You
about.
and
I
I
know what he's
know,
talking
but
about.
Department of Justice, Secretary of State, the Attorney General for the state.
governor.
Nah, I ain't touched the
You need
governor
to.
yet. Not Georgia, not yet.
Oh.
Um, also made files and complaints of civil rights violations and things of this nature. So, but my remedy, what I've done is just bring the alarm to put focus on that area and on my situation. But my remedy is my pre notifications for it was a contest prior to the fact of them intercepting me, um, prolonging my property, you know, all these things. So I have a way of fighting back. But the majority of the people that doesn't have this
Yeah, that's
notification
the
and
problem.
have this knowledge
Yeah, man.
don't know how to
Be ready.
be ready when it's time to
Yeah.
be ready.
Even though you got it all up.
Like
Yeah.
one time I got incarcerated, and while I went in there, I immediately filled out um a petition of indigenous under the Vienna Convention. I immediately filled out a habeas corpus petition. I immediately filled out a counterclaim while I was sitting in the county
He
at the
showed me that
jail.
video. I started laughing his ass, man.
You
Like, you
check
think
what I'm
I'm
saying?
playing, man? I'm gonna
So,
go after these
but see,
motherfuckers.
this is
It was so funny, man.
by my writing and doing my own paperwork, I know now what to say, how to say it, how to put it in placement. So if anything come true, now this is where the studying comes in, the
Yeah.
studying, the studying, the studying, and as I applied my studies, um, um, by executing it, what I was studying, it prepared me for those just cause. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying for no one to run out there and do this and do that and do this and do that right away.
No.
I'm giving you the pre-steps of what you need to do, but in between time of doing the process of getting this done, this executed, you need to be studying and doing your own documentation. That way you can familiarize yourself with terminologies, with say for instance, you're inside of a courtroom and the magistrate is moving on premise of policies and codes and not following notifications of facts that you already presented, right? You can hit him with a failure of judicial notifications of facts 201 because you've been studying these things and now it's just automatically in your head where you see it, you visualize it.
That's the magistrate 201. Yeah.
You visualize their aggression towards you inside of the fashions you need to fight with, inside the tools you develop to fight with. It's all about like Shanghai, or you trying to be a kung fu artist or ninja or karate kid.
Oh, one time to the throat.
You got to constantly and repeatedly condition yourself to where you need to be. And you can't look to Nadi to give you a clue. You got to do your own self diligence of studying.
And I will concur to that. I saw the video myself, and it was funny as heck to myself. Like, damn, man, you did that shit like that face. Like, hell yeah, I did. I'm like, damn, I like, but like you said,
Yeah, as soon
201 is a very good
as
one.
soon as I walk out of jail, I'm writing
Yeah,
shit
man.
right there, turning it
It's
in.
a lot, but I saw that I was like, no, man, it probably take me an hour to think about what I got to say when I'm doing that because he did it so fast. Like, look at this. He wasn't playing with him, man. But that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. We doing this on our own, not as crazy as hell. Like, we in Mississippi right now. He like, no, man, let me travel on this here vehicle. And I said, no, we're gonna go without. No, man. Like, no, bro. He's like, look, I just need you to shut up when we get full. I'll do this. I was like, we
I'm
ain't
doing
going to do
all the
all
time.
that, man. This
All
dude
you
been
do is just
crazy.
pull out
I
your
said, shut
fucking
up, man.
camera.
Get into
Got
that
you.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna travel this in. And he was like, no, man, I'm telling you. But it was so funny, bro. And I was like, man, he over here yelling at me at the damn interstate. I like, bro, I'm trying to do business and try. That's what I'm saying. Man, shut the I was like, no, you shut up. Bro, that's the kind of stuff we're doing out here. But in the same time, he knows he's like already set up. Not even though he's set up, we still got to go through all this. I'm set up in a different way, but again,
because it ain't no one like me walking in this venue of privacy.
he wants me to say that.
No, it's true though. It's
Bro,
true.
I want to karate chop you.
The people that's in privacy, you don't know.
Exactly.
You don't see.
So why do I gotta praise you?
I ain't said praise me. I'm telling you the difference between the people that's not known and seen on a daily
Yeah.
event.
Okay.
You're seeing this shit live and direct next to you.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not hidden. It's not hidden. So don't.
If I just told you everybody, I told everybody that you're my brother. So it doesn't.
What I'm saying.
You want me to
don't
praise
like-
you, man? All right,
no, not praise me.
no, you want me to say you're right.
No, take the example and move forward.
I got you, man.
Don't sit and let this just be.
I said that. I told you that earlier, man.
Get inside the wishing well.
Hey, Naughty.
Yeah.
Hey, you kick it with this brother every day? God damn, boy. You got some thick skin, boy.
I be whooping that ass, man.
No, hell no, bro.
What I go?
No,
They want to fight. They want to fight.
That nigga want to fight,
no.
Cause I be right all the time.
No.
Every minute of the
Don't
day.
believe that, bro. This for real. When I tell you this is my brother, he don't treat me like that. He know exactly. Believe me. You can say that because what you're hearing right now, but real talk, my brother loves me. Believe that.
Yeah.
He don't play with me like that. I understand him. I just like to mess with him.
He messing with himself.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One time to throw
Me paid him no mind away. I just watching. But yeah, it's about executing, man. So one can have confidence on what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because when
I
you
just, I
if
just
you get jammed up and you ain't got that paperwork in, you're gonna be stuttering and fucking your blood pressure gonna be on flight to fight. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be able to think straight. So one word come out your mouth is gonna throw the officer all the way off. He gonna be like, "What the fuck? Oh yeah, this dude going through some type of psychosis syndrome right now. He got drugs. He got, you know what I'm saying? The fuck."
I remember in Culver City. Now, the people from Cali, LA, Southern California, they know about Culver City. I mean,
Over there by Pasadena.
Culver City's between it's right not too far from Crenshaw and Vernon and Jefferson, and it's right in that middle area. You're not too far from Inglewood, right in that little area, little pocket. And it's nothing but it's like low-key cracker town, and all the police crackers. And if there's a black man in there, he's a cracker too. Now I was over there one night with my partner, right? He didn't know nothing from nothing. We get pulled over, and he was so nervous. I was like, he was like, "Hey man, don't pull that bullshit, man. Don't get to asking them damn questions now." I said, "Just watch, just wait." So I had the conversation. What now you're talking about is like you got to stay really cool headed and not go into no thing to where they feel like they can do something to you. And the first question I asked him, I don't know why I asked him this question. I said, "What's the nature of your inquiry, and how can I help you?" Boy, had they changed their whole approach. And they got to talking about this and talking about that. Now, at this point in time, you know what I mean? I don't really have, I don't have a driver's license. I have a state ID at that time. I had a state ID, and I had, registered. It was registered. I had insurance, but I wouldn't show it to them. So it was like, well, so on and so forth, get back and forth. And, I'm just asking them like badge number, business card, need the information, what you got? After it was all said and done, they was like, don't worry about it. You don't need to show us nothing. They go back to the car and they sit back there for a minute. I know they running our jackets and everything, and then they just come back. Now, the interesting thing about it is they actually started having a whole conversation about school, college, and all these other different conversations and life. And when they come back from the car, they just drop the ticket because I had my window cracked. They dropped the ticket, slipped it through the window, dropped it, turned around, got in the car, and drove off. I didn't sign it or nothing. So that's kind of that middle ground. At this point in time, I really didn't have nothing, but I didn't have all the stuff I had now. I just had certain things that we had in place, and pretty much we was in a bad neighborhood, and I say a bad neighborhood for people like us to be there at that time of night. Conversation is interesting, So now, I'm saying that to say, I think you need to brush up on your diplomatic demeanor. Maybe superiority is the place to be. Based on our conversations, seem like you be kind of like swelling up on them a little bit. Every time that happened with me, shit, they took my ass to jail.
I do. That's oh, okay. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I was listening to you just now. Your encounter is totally opposite of mine. When they approach me, I see them automatically trespassing. So I have to put this under documentation that I'm not in agreement with Joyner every step of the way. I cannot be in a compliant state for me to seek some type of financial remedy out of their charge that possibly could happen. 9 times out of 10, they take off running with their tail between their legs. I get that one, and it's mostly that one is usually in like a country ass town off a state road. The ones that be off on the interstate or inside the city area that I be dealing with, they pretty much back off. The one traveling on them country ass back road, them state road, them be the ones that really don't give a fuck. Cause they've been doing such fuckery for so long
Yeah.
that it's like they looking for that type of excitement to see if someone can actually do it to them. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then the majority of the little small towns and province on these back roads and state roads, they the majority of them be independent. They be like independent jurisdiction, like privately owned towns. We don't be knowing that, but they still be affiliated to the state because they incorporated. But basically, their whole little system is within that area.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
they've been
saying.
doing them places like that. They've been doing stuff so like unchecked. You know what I mean? That they just think they can do whatever they want. Now,
Yeah.
Culver City is like that. I mean,
Yep.
Culver City is definitely like that. El Grove is too. In Sacramento, El Grove is like that too.
I
But
remember Pasadena used to be like that for a while
yeah. Well,
back in the day.
yeah, Pasadena. Yeah, that's Pasadena close by downtown. So you got South Pass, right? You got South Pasadena, but North Pasadena, that's where all the brothers is at. North Pasadena, Altadena. You on the
Now
other
they
side,
are. Now they are. Yeah.
on the other side of that 110, or yeah, the other side of that 110 that turns into 210. Yeah, that's different. But yeah, yeah, they have their certain little pockets. And South Pasadena is cold for that, because South Pasadena is where is that's where like Old Town is. You get like that's old Pasadena, just like we got Old Sac. Every place has an old town. You know what I'm saying, in those areas.
And that gives them grounds to even though it's your property, if that individual is on the property, it gives them grounds to intercede without warrant or proceed without warrant. Enter and proceed without warrant.
Mm-hmm.
So is you got to be very careful who you have around you. If you remember, as you was growing up, I'm quite sure your elders told you an eagle soars alone,
Mm.
because an eagle ain't gonna devour itself. But
Right.
if you got a flock of birds with you, you're gonna have a chirper. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Now, well, a lot of the I would say clapback is people say, well, shit, you telling people this stuff, you go to jail. You know how root word come up here with
Then
that
like
book.
after what you just said, I really went.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You
Where
go,
Rudy at? I want Rudy to get up here and go in with Taz. I want to hear them two go in together.
No, no,
Yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
My brother said an eagle soars by himself. You don't know right. That's what he said. That's what my brother said, right? Well, shit,
uh-huh.
I told him I'm a god dog condor. You heard me? A condor is the biggest bird in the world. No one goes above him or nothing. I will eat you up.
Condor can outsoar eagle.
Bro, a condor is above everything. He don't have to worry about looking above his head, none of that stuff.
An eagle is the
Alright.
king of the sky, bro. What the fuck is you talking
I'm
about?
telling you, a condor is a monster, bro.
Don't give a fuck about no condor. He gonna tear condor ass up. Fuck you talking.
That's a good joke, everybody. But I'm just
Eagle,
letting you know.
eagle,
But a condor is a big bird now. You don't worry about
but an
nothing.
eagle got angle of attack.
Nah, condor's
Condor,
big, bro. You gonna tear his ass up.
condors got like one direction. They too big. They can't maneuver like an eagle. Like you gotta know what's going on, man.
All right, so
Steady teaching.
what
Shit, I know the second.
what I say is that like, and I know most of the time root words just trolling, but what I say is this: if you don't express, you wave. Now, there's ways to do it in a sense where there will be no bad situation for the people listening and saying, well, you telling people to do this and do that. No, but if you're not
You
going to express that, then you have that. You have none of that. So you are at the whim of whatever they want to do. Now, I would say to the people that say, well, just do what they say. Okay, have at it. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
there's a problem with that.
Let me say something. Let me
Yeah, I
say
mean,
something. Let me say something, Aton.
mm,
As you say, express that. So express is, in other words, reserve, right? So we all should be aware that if you don't reserve your rights, you have none. And that goes consistent. Do we understand that?
Yep.
So if you don't hold up any contestant, or if you don't show and view your knowledge of your studies when it comes time to be show of work, right? You're not observing or reserving your or observing your rights. So you have none. So now you're a property. Soon as they pull up on you, first thing you got to, and they ask you, when they walk up on you, they first thing is they asking for driver's license, insurance, and registration. Your next thing need to be protesting that requirement. What makes you think I'm under driving privileges? You have to give me, you got to show me. You see a for hire sign? Do you see a transported sign for commerce on the side of this vehicle or this transport? What gives you the thought or process that I'm under such coding for you to require these documents from me? This is a educated contest, but it's reserving your rights. It might piss him off. You got to know how to say it. I guess I don't know. Choose your way. But you have to show some contestant on all of their requests because that's all they're doing is requesting from you. They can't give you. There's no lawful order. I mean, or legal, yeah, lawful order. There's no lawful order that they can give you under no authority, unless you have violated a person, a habeas corpus. Unless you committed, not a habeas corpus, but a yeah, habeas corpus.
Injured
Yeah,
party.
yeah.
Yeah,
You injured. You injured
Damaged
somebody.
property.
yeah,
Damaged
right,
property, damaged
right.
body, stole, whatever.
And it's got to be under accusations with a clear statement or on the testimony and oath, all of that.
Right.
So if you go on their request, you're under admittance or submission or agreeance.
Hmm.
Because remember, you're not in their policies. You're not a you never went down there and signed contract with that state police, or you never went down and signed contract with the city police. You don't know anything about their policies and what what they give in their briefing room amongst each other. That shit is for them. So there's no way they can give you an order to do shit because you never was up under a contractual agreement with them, or you're not in no military army to be following no commands of no um subordinate of your staff. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Now, when I hear certain aspects of the kind of like the pushback, my my thinking is that you already didn't accept the fact that you have no rights. You just driving while black, and you are appreciative of the fact that you actually have an opportunity to live and function, uh, have a place to live, have clothes on your back, have children, be able to make money in the United States. So if that's how you feel about it, then more power to you. You know what I'm saying? Be all right with that. I'm not gonna get in your way, but you're actually stating that you are something separate than anything on this continent, on this land that has anything to do with rights, but outside and have the right to be black and die. I mean, that's just what it is. That's what it is. Anything in between is not for your own benefit. It's to go out to something else. You're not seeking any other thing outside of that. You ain't even seeking a refund. You just hoping you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah. But see, you got to move that way.
Yeah.
And what's going on is the whole idea of the 13th Amendment, the whole idea was we gotta break these niggas up. We gotta give these niggas self-identification. Because at no point in time can we fuck with 20 or more of these niggas when we come around them. Every time we come up on a group of them, we lose. So let's give them identification of individuality separate from the nations or the tribes. And that fucked us up because now they can pick our ass off one by one. Now they can scare us one by one, submit, make your ass submit one by one. But when you moving as a group, that shit ain't going down.
So what you suppose? What are you saying? What are you?
I'm saying the unification has to come to make a change on this realm we call United States of America.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is, what exactly you propose for
I
everyone to do? Like, are you
come
talking?
from up under the citizenry. What I've
They're
been
picking us
saying,
off one by one. We're all living in different.
come from up under the citizenry and pull together as pulling your estates together.
Oh yeah, is what you're talking about.
And now is a collective, a community. Now that collective, a community has a representation within itself. And it's not affiliated under the premise of property belonging to the United States. So they cannot hold egregious acts towards you. At this time, you're seen as a militia. And these states with these police officers are militias also. So you have your right and they have theirs. So whenever it comes to you transversing on the federal side, all of this shit belong in public. It's public utilities. It's public access. It's public um uh, reservation, which you have access to. All of it. But the only thing, the difference is doing commerce with them when you go in and patronize them or with their coins and their money, that's when you become under their district. So unless you're doing your estate is in proper order and you're getting your credits from the Treasury Department with your an account. So you have a private account, the private card, dealing in them type of thing there. You can still move now as a private individual or a private militia or a private estate and be able to um, anti citizenize yourself to be under control of state and local facilities. That's the
Well,
real deal. Trying to get from up
have
under
you,
these local states and these states and local facilities and just do business with the government, bro.
well, there's a thing that they constantly like put in circulation, and that is something called in Latin it's called mens rea, right? It's guilty mind. So this is the driving while black thing. You see what I'm saying? It's you got your seatbelt off, you're feeling comfortable. As soon as you see the police, you putting that seatbelt on. And they had talked to us in the guilty mind at in court. There's nothing that they will speak of that will make me innocent. So this is where exculpatory evidence comes in. And you say, hey, don't talk to me in the guilty mind. Don't talk to me in mens rea. Mens rea is basically saying that you have no rights to be protected. Now, I would say this, and we kind of at the 4:14, 4:15 mark, that, it's a process. And what I say is, a lot of people, they built on numbers. But I say, look, on average, let's just say on an average, there's anywhere between 80 to 130 people that actually have watched this live. Put that in the classroom. Put that in the facility. That's a lot of people. I mean, even if you got 20, 30 people in your classroom listening to you, that's a lot of people. That's enough people to get some things started. You see what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, if I was to say anything to both of you guys are hitters. I already know. Be more diplomatic in your approach. Y'all doing what y'all doing, and I think you'll, what moms used to say, get more out of honey than vinegar. So, but outside of that,
but see, these are the Lord of Flies. And when you're dealing with the Lord of Flies, you can't be playing with honey because they take advantage of it, bro. You can't give them no slack if you're in a diplomatic or in a private state.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, because you quickly submit under their jurisdiction, and you don't. It's so easy to submit under their jurisdiction, bro. Just even a word, one word,
Yep, one word to do it.
and that's is it from there. Ain't no coming back.
Yep. That's why I always say, I think I learned this from my pops. He said, there's no such thing as a dumb question if you don't ask it. So with that, all right, my brother. Hey, Taz, peace to you, brother. Naughty, like always, we got tomorrow Thursday.
Alrighty.
I'll figure out what I do. I'll hit you, let you know if I'm gonna do full live. What I'm thinking about doing is some pre-recorded stuff, and then we get up there and kind of break some of this down. But there were certain things that I want to kind of go over on some of these things, these streams I put up there. But I had to go where it needed to go, so that was a good flow. I like that. But
Yeah. Always.
All right, my brothers, y'all be easy.
White people been turned over to the United States for over 700 years, and I carried the youth.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck will niggas wake up? I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Give it support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch, you lost. It's a war going on like Rich versus Paul. The rich keep getting rich while you broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts, cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood Politics Part 2, my name dangerous.
Yeah, I can get your land back. Yeah, I can discharge your debt. You gotta live by 5 principles before we just connect. Cause you could pose as my friend and then really be the threat. Like Brutus Lee Jr. to the dudes that killed Malcolm X.
Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out of my pocket, nigga! Get your hands out of my pocket! Get your hands out!
Brother, please. Y'all think getting remedies important. We make your lawyers lose their indemnity insurance. King Chameleon, private. I don't wanna be popular. Grandpapa, Hulk Papa, Mama Black Mafia. Yeah, we them big owners holding rank. You call Rocket Lawyer, I call the owner of the bank. He in the private at the temple, like Ginobili in the paint. And we got 3 militaries, we might be rolling in some tanks. While you balancing with a check gross, going to work for debt notes. Overtime all your life paying mortgages, then you left broke. Damn. Shout out to Mayweather, who's obviously woke. He settled $18 million with a promissory note. I'm not your corporation's chattel, this world gotta be a joke. Blind leading the blind, so we never gonna see.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Everybody fake woke while the president is asleep. So I introvert myself, cause it's evident to me. No one saves us but us. Buddha said it in BC. No title deeds, just reference the evidence to me. Man, you don't own it, you a tenant, and it says it on your deed. You said with a sign, but didn't take the time to even read. It's gotta be an idiocracy. They call you crazy as Kanye, just for thinking logically. 2 million nationals backing us to stop who ain't stopping me. For instance, when Columbus came over here, they admitted Native Americans was already there. But if our kids take a test on who discovered land we on, and you say Native Americans, you get the question wrong. What? Don't lie to us, you are just a colonist. Can't hide the truth, we got all the proof from the anthropologists. We know the system now, it's time to get up out of it. But it's our fault, cause we fought so hard to be a part of it.
I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
All people trying to burn us. Out here selling services with disclaimers saying that it ain't for legal purposes. No cash, broke ass, internet burglars with temporary schemes and a lot of fraudulent dreams. Yeah, we got our own embassy, we got our own consulate, foreign administrations, and 3 armies on top of it. We live by 5 principles, but we'll die for this. Freedom back to the people, protect them from the apocalypse. I took that title that they gave me and I clouded it. F what you say, sets the QB, I got a bond with this. My way of thinking pissed the military off. I ain't with their way of thinking, roll the military law. We coming peaceful outside the mosque and the cathedral, and we'll resort to violence. I gotta protect my people. They call us ghetto, they call us thugs. The only God they worship, guns, oil, and drugs. I'm on the block, Martin Luther King was shot, holding a gun that killed Kennedy, trying to find a remedy. You can't cancel me nor censor me with chancery and sensory, God-like energy to infinity. My actions are my testament. I got a lot of questioning. How Ben Frank was on 100 but was never president. You broke, you go to jail. You got money, you get right out. They lock you up for drugs, but they got coke in the White House. What?
Don't move it. 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 Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oath with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to action, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message. Embedded in pressure, sobbing living. I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready, great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace in a raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss, you trying to employ it.
finish.